play. We brought in a meal and we ate with the children. They were so happy. Many of those children were so isolated and lonely. But on that day, we did not sit next to them as a lion. We sat with them as a family, the only family they had. That is the power of we serve and our service as lions. We all have a story to tell as lions. Where we come from shapes who we are and what we do. I am from the Republic of Korea. There is a philosophy in my country that I am sure you know, yin and yang. It is about unity, harmony, balance. It is about bringing diverse things together and forming something new, something bigger, something stronger. That is what we do as lions. You see, we are united in kindness and diversity. That is my presidential message. It is easy to understand why. There are more than 1.4 million lions. Each one is unique. We have more than 48,000 clubs, and each serve the unique need of their community with unmatched kindness. We are in more than 200 countries and regions of the globe. Think of all the culture and background we represent. Think of all the experience and skills we bring to our service. The challenge facing our community and our world seems so big. But when we united, we can do so much more things together. We have taken on big challenges for more than a century, and we have come through them all stronger than ever. This past year, we showed the world our strengths. When the world paused in response to this unprecedented health pandemic, Lions did not. We did what the lions have always done. We innovated, we led. We found a way to serve safely, and since the start of the pandemic, our foundation has provided more than $5 million in COVID-19 relief grant to empower Lions to protect the health and safety of their community. Our service is saving lives. Here is a special video to show how we are doing it around the world.
As the world faces the challenges of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, Lions recognize that kindness matters now more than ever. And Lions and Leos are finding ways to continue to serve our communities, including ordering food delivery for healthcare workers, holding story time for children online, and providing surgical masks to medical professionals and first responders. Empowering us to do more, Lions Clubs International Foundation has provided nearly $4.5 million in grant funding for COVID-19 relief, and that support continues to grow. For more than 100 years, in times of need, Lions always find a way to help those around them. And after we emerge from this, we will be stronger than ever. Visit lionsclubs.org to learn more.
This incredible work is only possible because of you. You are what drives this great association. And we share a common vision for the future. We can accomplish so much more together. Just look at what we accomplished together last year. We served more people than ever before in history of Lions. More than 275 million people. That is something worth celebrating. Let us watch a special video to celebrate our achievement. Congratulations again, Lions. Together, you have set a new standard for our service. We may be the most diverse organization in the world, but we are all united by service. We believe that if you work harder, extraordinary results will come. We believe that we must prepare for the future by taking care of ourselves, our community, and our world. So, how do we do it? We do it by embracing our diversity. We do it by putting our kindness in action. We do it by keeping our club healthy and strong. We do it through the contribution of each and every member. When we are united in kindness and diversity, there is absolutely nothing we cannot achieve. Thank you, Lion, for making our world a better place for all.
Thank you very much, Lion Wendy, for sharing with this information from our international president with us. And let me now invite our council chair, Lion Denise Forrest, to say a few words.
Thank you, Lion Gerald, and good morning to all. Past international directors, Lion Nicolin and Lion Terry, our district governors, Lion Maureen and Lion Denise, other distinguished Leon Lion leaders in our virtual audience, Leo's guests, my fellow Lions, good morning. And I trust for you, it is indeed a good morning. I think we were blessed to have this morning words from our international president. Unfortunately, well, I don't know if it's unfortunate, but he was clearly not able to be with us face to face. He was supposed to be our guest, but thankfully he was able to send a message, which I think said many things to us. One, he indicated that as Lions, we serve in good times and bad. And he also said to us that we as a movement have served more people over the past year of the pandemic, 275 million, than we have had ever before in our history. And if you were looking at or listening closely to the presentation on service last evening, you will see that we served better in 2021 than we did in previous years. We found ways to innovate. We found ways to partner. We began to think outside of the box. And we continue to do what we always do, which is to serve, and continue to be faithful to our mantra: where there is a need, there is a lack. And there's some very clear lessons to be taught here. Unity and collaboration are key to what has been achieved. Accepting the diversity of our lands movement across the multiple districts and working for the greater good. So I trust that we will remember the words of our international president, contemplate our own experience, and continue to serve. Service without boundaries, building collaboration, building bridges of collaboration in multiple District 60. I think this is something that we should continue to do. I want to thank all the Leos and Lions who joined us yesterday. We had a remarkable evening. 222 Leos and Lions and guests were with us. But I think what was a very, very productive evening of workshops. And I thank the presenters for their efforts. I trust that today we will find the sessions as informative and as helpful as they were yesterday, and that you will continue to benefit and enjoy the experience. So thank you so very much for the support so far. And we look forward to your continued participation in this historic multiple district convention. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Landro.
Thank you very much, Council Chair Denise. And as we kick off today, let me say, last evening, we had some interesting discussions about our Leos. And today we will start off our first workshop on the topic Leos and investment in our future. This session will be moderated by our multiple district Leo chairperson, Lion Shafani Vin, and we'll have panelists Leo Lion Ohas Chitnis and Dr. Vishal Joseph. Lion Shafani, will introduce the members of her panel, and let me invite her now to come on screen. Okay, Shafani, all over to you.
Thank you, Lion, PDG Gerard. Thank you, all the Leos and Lions in the audience. Today, we will have the Multiple District 60 Virtual Leo Forum, which we planned to talk about specific topics. We will start off with a snapshot later on of our MD60 Leo survey, some results. And of course, we have a few surprises for the Leos attending today. So what I said, we will first do a snapshot of the results of the MD60 Leo survey, and after that, we'll have keynote speakers who will be speaking on the topic Leos and investment in our future. As we start off with that snapshot of the results, we did a very in-depth survey, and it was sent out to Leos all over the multiple district to really research what the expectations and experiences are of our Leos. And also we included in that specific question in regards to COVID impact, how they experienced COVID and Leoism, and of course, what they expect from the organization. I say in the agenda a snapshot because we won't be going into all the information because that will take us more than 1 hour. But I did want to share some of the insights with the multiple district today. So the first thing that we will look at is in regards to leadership. So we focused on the acronym LEO, Leadership Experience Opportunities. So in regards to leadership, we asked questions in regards to, in your opinion, how well does the Leo Club program contribute to your leadership development? And as you see in these graphs, one of the first one is being that the Leos are saying that they do think that the leadership development in the Leo Club program, of course, it contributes to the leadership development of themselves as individuals. But of course, there is room for some improvement if we're looking at the 26% and the 4%. And also focusing time and efforts on relevant topics during workshops and seminars. Also in that regard, we don't see that they think that is executed really poorly. But of course, there's always room if we look at the 30%. And also in regards to providing the opportunity to engage in leadership activities at school or within my community. How well does the Leo Club program really provide that opportunity? We see that most of that is what they do experience in regards to leadership in the Leo Club program. And of course, there's always room, but we're not seeing a high amount of the red column. If we're looking at experience, we ask the question, in your opinion, how well does the Leo Club program gives a sense of pride and joy? And we see that the Leos in multiple District 60, they do have a sense of pride and joy as they are part of this Leo Club program. We also ask, does it incorporate a sense of fun into service activities? And that is also something that is experienced. And of course, we also ask, contributes to the development of relevant competences for school, work, etc. And that is also fairly all over. I would say we have room for some improvement in that regard. And we also ask, allows me to engage in hands-on activities. And that gives us a sense that 40% thinks it's excellent, 39% thinks it's good, and 16% says it's average. So if you're looking at this, the experience part, you see that we have a fair amount of experiences in regards to the experience within the Leo Club program. We have a fair amount that says an average experience in that regards, in regards to the development of relevant competences for school and work. It's 31%. That is a little bit high. So I think that is something we could look at, because we're saying with the Leo Club program, we're building leaders for our future and for our community, not only in our own Lions Club, but also in our communities as professionals for the future. So I think that is something we need to look at in regards to our Leo Club program. Of course, what I want to give to you all is that we did this on an MD level, but of course the information will be shared with all the districts, and within the districts, of course, they can make the district chairpersons, Leo chairpersons, can make tailor-made programs. I know that the chairpersons of this fiscal year are already really busy with these tailor-made programs in regards to their own district, their own zones, their own regions, to really help build that experience and really incorporate all the facets of the Leo Club program within our program that we now have in the multiple districts and the specific districts. In regards to experience, we also asked the Leos, do you want to become a Lion after your time as a Leo? And we're happy to see that almost 65% says yes, I want to become a Lion after my time as a Leo. And we have a fair amount who says maybe, and some say no. Of course, you should know we didn't leave this question as a standalone question. We asked for more the argument behind the saying no or saying yes or saying maybe. But that is something that is a lot of information. So that is something that we will include in the report that we will also place on the MD website. But as we see this, 65% says yes, which is good. We should try to go to the 100%. But based on this, we know that our Leos, our current Leos, are eager to become Lions after being Leos. So the only thing we need to do is then embrace them when they want to become the Lions. And now we have also the Leo Lion program, which helps us with that transition. We also asked about the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. It enabled us to use more virtual forums or platforms in our organization. And the question was, of course, has this development hurt the Leo experience? What is their experience with that? And 55% says yes, it hurt the Leo experience for them. So, of course, we're all trying to cope with this new way of life, the new normal, and it also has impact on our experience as Lions and also as Leos. So, of course, this is also something to look at. The COVID impact, what can we do with that? That we still have Leo clubs and Leos who are motivated and really inspired by this Leo experience. In regards to opportunity, We asked 3 questions. How well does the Leo Club program offer sufficient local and regional opportunities to all members to further develop their leadership? And in that regards, we see that 20% of our Leos experience this as poor and 33% as average. So that gives us a total of 53% of our Leos saying that offering sufficient local and regional opportunities to the members to develop leadership skills is not something that they really experience in our Leo Club program. In regards to providing networking opportunities that can help me with future career and business, also in this regard, you see the same trend going, that the average and poor are really high. You also have good, but the average and poor, if you take those two together, that's 53%. That says that they don't really have that experience that the Leo Club program provides them with networking opportunities that can help them with future careers and business. And that is something that we also look forward to as being a Leo, being young, going to school and being part of such a big organization, which has a lot of individuals in this organization. But in regards to that, the leadership building and the opportunities to really network with people is not something that the Leos really experience right now. Also, in regards to allowing the Leos to interact with the other community service organizations that offer similar programs, we see that that is between excellent and poor, that's the same level, and average is 34% and poor is 13%. So what the key takeaway is from this section about the opportunities is that you may see that in the experience of the Leos, opportunities are not something that they really see as coming forward out of the organization, which I do think that is really important, important part of being a Leo. The Leo is being leadership experience opportunities. So giving them these kind of opportunities is really important to experience and to build their leadership. Of course, what we will see in this is that maybe we as an organization think that we're giving specific opportunities, but the expectations are different. So if we're looking in regards to networking opportunities for future career and businesses, we should be mindful that these are young people and young people that are looking forward to build a career and maybe still are looking forward to what will I do when I get older. So this organization would be beneficial to them to also give them the opportunity to network with people who already have those careers and really to talk and give advice and stuff like that. So this is also something we can look into as an organization. I think I saw a hand raised. I don't know if that's right. Lion Wendy, I think if it's gone now. But of course, I wanted to say that this will also be shared with the MD. And of course, I look forward to future discussions about the results. This is just a snapshot, but I look forward to future discussions about the results because we're not just doing a survey to see these results and then we're done with it. We want to have actions based on that and actions that that build a stronger Leo Club program, but not only in the individual districts, but also for our whole MD. So as we're finishing off this snapshot of the Leo Club program, and before we go into the keynote speakers, I have a little surprise for our Leos that are registered for this MD60 virtual convention. We have a raffle. So I asked the MD IT chairperson for all the names of the registered Leos, and we will have a raffle. We will have the program will do randomly choose 2 Leos that will be eligible to go to the USA Canada, the 4th USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum, which is planned to be executed on the 21st of July to the 33rd. And of course, we'll pay for those 2 Leos to go to the Leo Leadership Forum. It is a virtual forum. It is usually held in person. It was supposed to be held in Canada this year, but due to COVID, it is now virtual. But nonetheless, it's still fun. And we have our own Leo Fabian Maxwell, who is the chairperson of the Leo Advisory Council, working on this great forum with great opportunities. Again, we talked about opportunities earlier, great opportunities to learn for leadership development, but also great opportunities to network with Leos and Lions from our constitutional areas, our constitutional area 1, the United States and the affiliates, and of course, constitutional area 2, Canada. So what I will do, I will stop sharing my screen and I will go to the section to do the raffle. Let me go to, yes. So I have all the names in the system. And now I will so the first person that will be going to the USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum will be Akim Dion Rowe. I don't know if he's in the audience, but of course we will make contact with him. And he will be eligible to go to the forum. And of course, the information will be sent to him. And then we have another Leo. And the other Leo is Leo Kiri. I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name correctly, but Leo Kiri will also be able to go to the USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum in July. So of course, I will get the information from Lion Wendy for these 2 Leos. And then of course, they will be able to go to the forum.
Nanchafani, they're responding to you.
They're responding?
Leos.
Hi, good morning. This is Leo Akim Rowe. I'd just like to thank you to express my appreciation for being one of the leaders for this mission. I also want to express my appreciation on behalf of Leo Kyrie as well. She is my sister as it relates to the presidency in Barbados, and I know that she also appreciates this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. Great to have you in the audience. And of course, I want you all to really, as I would say it, I know one of the people in the audience, I went to the USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum. I know Leo Fabian also went, and it's a great experience. Of course, we can't be there physically, but it's also a great experience virtually. And of course, we want to also encourage you all. You are going, we now know for sure that you two are going. We hope other Leos are also registered to go, because every year we have the opportunity as MD60 to also have a representative on the Leo Advisory Council. And the Leo Advisory Council is a council of Leos that have the opportunity to plan the next Leo Forum, because the Leo Forum is planned by Leos, it is executed by Leos, and it is for Leos. So we hope that one of you or all the other Leos that will be able to go to that forum, also look at the experience and gain all the experience to also be part, maybe later on be part of one of those representatives in the Leo Advisory Council. So of course, now we had a snapshot of the MD Leo survey results. We did the raffle, so now we'll know we have 2 representatives going to the USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum. And now it's time to have our first speaker. And our first speaker is Dr. Fishal H. Joseph. So I will do a short introduction of Fishal. He's already in the meeting. Dr. Fishal H. Joseph is a youth advocate and budding medical practitioner from the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, currently serving as CARICOM Youth Ambassador for his country, as well as one of the 2 Caribbean regional focal points for the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth. Dr. Yosef is a distance learning graduate of the University of Cambridge, is the holder of the Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS degree. So that's a mouthful. Okay. Vishal has and continues to serve in many capacities, such as being a member of the Red Cross National Disaster Intervention Team, on steering committees in the Lions Laos movement, as a project ambassador of the One World Youth Project, on the Guyana National Youth Council, and on the Members and Partnerships Committee of the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, with extended affiliations to other domestic, regional, and international civil society organizations. He has also made contributions to date towards the drafting of the National Disaster Plan of Guyana, National ICT Youth Engagement Mechanisms as well, fostering and catalyzing civic engagement in political representation. With a penchant for the promotion of education and value systems in support thereof, he founded Bookworms, a nonprofit which serves children and students from disadvantaged socioeconomic settings in Guyana. He is an aspiring statesman with his passion for promotion of national values. For these engagements, as well as his contributions to the human and social development of the Guyanese people, Dr. Yosef was appointed as a Queen's Young Leader in 2015 by HM Queen Elizabeth, the Honorary Queen Elizabeth II, and in 2016 as an Associate Fellow of the Royal Commonwealth Society. He is also a recipient of the National Youth Award from the government of Guyana. So we welcome Dr. Vishal H. Yosef, which is also a former Leo, and he will go into the topic that we have today, Leos, an investment in our future. So Vishal, we welcome you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Leo Shafani, and thank you for having me here this morning. Great job keeping us engaged this far, Leo Shafani. Right, can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, so I had indicated to Leo Shafani that I was not presenting a PowerPoint presentation this morning. However, whilst I'm not sharing my screen, I will use this presentation that I got up on a brainwave and decided to take quickly. So I will share that with Leo Shafani and have that dispersed to the, or rather disseminated to the rest of the participants here and anyone else who's interested. So my presentation this morning comes from 2 perspectives. One as a former Leo, and the other as a youth advocate here in Guyana. So you'll find that whilst my presentation takes a look at how the Leo movement and the Lions movement as well can look at further engagement and how we can invest further into, all right, just a minute, Leo Harvey, or Lion Harvey.
Okay. Is this better?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, great. All right. So again, the title of my presentation is Sustainability and Youth, as in with the TH superimposed. And again, we're looking today at investing to promote engagement for sustainability and sustainable transitions into roles throughout the Leo Lion movement. So the purpose of my presentation is to look at the bottom-up approach. Of course, we're trying to invest from the point of entry or even from beyond that point of entry. we're looking at how the Leo Lions movement can actually help not only to invest in itself, but invest in the communities that it participates in. And not just that, but to help also to invest into bringing more well-rounded individuals, to bringing better developed individuals into the movement, so that in the end, its mandate is even pushed further. Of course, we want to look at a very broad setting that most of you might know of, and it's called the SMART approach, that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So what we're going to look at today is not necessarily getting specific commitments, but looking at specifically what individuals and clubs can do for the Leo Lion movement, and how these actions can actually help to improve not only the processes within the policy setting, but also looking at the implementation and looking beyond the borders of the Leo Lions movement. Of course, we're going to look at the measurability and how we can provide a way to evaluate our outcomes, what we have done thus far, what we intend to do, and looking at also setting data targets and further evaluating these data targets as we move along. Of course, we have to then look at how these are achievable within the scope of the Leo Lions movement, but also within the scope of potential partners, whether that's civil society organizations, individuals, governments, or supranational organizations, such as the Leo Lions movement. And of course, making it relevant. You know, oftentimes we look at how we can implement projects within a local context or a regional context, but we never really examine what is needed for the community. And oftentimes these are led by our own leaders, but not necessarily by the community leaders. We don't necessarily look into what is needed on the ground. And of course, time bound. What do we want to achieve? When do we want to achieve it by? And within this broader objective, what are some smaller objectives or time points, or as we said earlier, some data targets that we'd like to reach by specific times? So we move further into my presentation. I look at the analysis of your current situation. And this helps in understanding, again, like I said, local context, what is needed on the ground, what is needed in each individual community. Case in point, the community that I live in faces its own challenges, but there's a stark difference between what my community needs as opposed to a community that's literally about 300 or 400 yards away from the boundaries of mine or where I live. And we also need to look at the application and avenues for execution. Understanding what is needed in the Leo Lions movement to invest further into youth engagement starts at the district. And in my experience as a Leo, a lot of what has come down from the district has helped to guide what is the general objective of what is needed in terms of the program outcomes. However, what actually helped us to further develop programs and tailor make them was consulting with community stakeholders. And this can come in many different forms, all right? So taking stock of what we have, right, in this analysis, as a first step, taking stock of what we have. Now, someone said to me a long time ago that success and struggles tend to perpetuate themselves. So where there's investment in success, where there is investment in perpetual success, and where there is perpetual success, there's a likely continuance on that positive trajectory. But this only comes when there's an understanding between the individual and institutional players that can be brought together, right? The first aspect of understanding what can be brought together, and we speak now of the individuals, is looking at the vibrant pool of young people that are available, especially within the MD60 region. The Caribbean region as a whole is currently going through a very interesting socioeconomic and demographic setting, where more than 60% of the total population within the entire Caribbean region, even more so in Guyana, for example, where it's 66%, youth make up more than 60% or most of the human and social capital. So this accumulation must therefore be channeled somewhere. And it must be channeled to lead effectiveness for later investment. And I'll explain that to you in a few. But basically what we're looking at is building a strong foundation and looking at programs that are tailored to youth advances. And when I say youth advances, Leo Shafani would have mentioned in some of her data presentation on this survey, areas such as job improvement, career development, educational opportunities, opportunities for leadership, and so on, which I will get to. Right. So the implications for underinvestment in growth and well-being provide a strong incentive to allocate sufficient resources for youth and club development. Now, generally, we're accustomed to hearing that we must commit fiscal resources or fiduciary resources, which is not necessarily the right way. But then again, there is no right approach. Instead, clubs should actually be driven by a mix of objectivity, data, as was presented through the survey, and opportunity, as was just presented through the raffle as well. You see, clubs in general, and by extension, the district, can look beyond themselves. And the title of this slide is actually Seeking Beyond. And it goes beyond the limits of your clubs and your club's networks or the extended networks of your club's members. The idea that we need to invest further into youth, and I use youth in a non-subjective manner, though it is subjective to people's definition of youth, but at the same time, I'm not being entirely objective with it. So we want to look at collaboration for development and how that helps to set the tone of our club's mandates. Yes, the Leo's Lions movement has its own values, it has its own mandates, and of course, individual clubs have their own development mandates, whether these are mixed clubs or I say Leo's Lions as well. Whether these are mixed clubs or they're, just clubs that are gender specific. And, jumping back to some of these stakeholders that I was mentioning earlier, these include government, families, schools, the media, and other social organizations, because oftentimes we find that there is duplication of roles, there's duplication of effort, and this really takes us nowhere. So whilst there is a greater commitment, or rather a need for greater resource commitment, all right, we must understand that the most important component of any local effort is collaboration across the community. And this goes not just beyond, like I said, seeking beyond for wider networks, also looking at how clubs themselves can help each other. A classic example of that, in fact, here in Guyana, is the collaboration between various clubs during my time as a Leo, where clubs collaborated on efforts such as executing public events, whether it's going into communities to help the elderly, to help youth, to do reading programs and so on. All right, just 1 minute. Right. So the reason that we need to establish these networks and go beyond ourselves or seek beyond ourselves is that we need to establish a much clearer and visible public network. Prior to my entry into the Leo's Lion movement here in Guyana, and of course I'm speaking from my own local perspective, it was seen as a bit of shrouded in mystery or mystique. And that is not necessarily the sort of aura that any organization or any club wants around its name. Subsequently, under the leadership of the Associate Aretha Ford, and I can't remember the other names, but the governing body here in Guyana, a lot of changes were actually made. So you found that there was not just the mere existence of an organization, but we actually provided entry points for other actors to come into play, such as presidents, service providers, public officials, and so on. This helped not only to bring more resources into the clubs for opportunities for the Leos or the other youth beneficiaries that are part of our programs, but it also helped us to connect and expand our reach, thereby offering more relevance. When we say offer more relevance, or rather when I say offer more relevance, it actually offered more accessibility to the Leo Lions movement, but offered more accessibility from the Leo or from within the Leo Lions movement to external organizations for partnerships, thereby removing barriers to engagement and allowing us to gain opportunities for leadership positions based on just your Leo Lions experience, whether that was within or without the organization. And of course, all this ties right back into one very important aspect: mentorship. I mean, that is what parent clubs are really meant to do, provide mentorship. However, oftentimes you'll find that clubs are tied into their own setting and they don't necessarily have the time nor the resources to fully engage within their own. And of course, this mentorship, as I said earlier, comes not only from within the clubs, but across clubs and without our own networks. As was highlighted in Leo Shafani's presentation, a few of the major things that Leos were actually looking for, and I find it interesting that we're still looking for it, or rather that Leos are still looking for it, is that we are looking for representation through mentorship and guidance. Now, yes, it's important to give Leos leadership roles within the organization to provide that relevance and accessibility for stakeholder engagement. But at the same time, nobody is an island unto themselves. Now, of course, the entirety of this presentation might, in essence, tie into what is known as ageism. However, one of the major factors that I believe most youth movements have forgotten is the fact that one cannot exist without the other. Ageism is something that actually is a barrier to engagement and fosters a divide. For us as Leos to further develop our clubs, we need to look at ourselves and the relationships that we share or try to maintain with our parent clubs. So it goes both ways. It's not just about Lions engaging the Leos. It's about Leos understanding where they want their clubs to go, what sort of data targets they're setting for themselves, and what sort of mentorship and guidance they're needing. Different clubs, of course, have different mandates, and that will help to shift their focus. So even if a Lions club, for example, is not able to look at its Leo club and say, okay, well, we can provide health mentorship or healthcare mentorship and advocacy to our club, we have an extended network. And it goes the other way as well. Now, Leos need to take the charge. My Leo club was the Georgetown Starbrook Leos club. And one of the things that helped us to maintain a very positive relationship with our parent Lions club was the fact that we helped them to examine what their needs were and used our extended networks to help their needs and their projects and so on. Valid, or rather one of the more valid instances would have been the national drag race meets that occur every year. Of course, we're now in lockdown, so those don't occur anymore. But during those events, Leos actually took the charge, right? So whereas Lions did more of the admin role, Leos took the charge in the actual execution of the event. And of course, within our own structures, we helped by not only executing, but also nominating representatives to these Lions meetings. So we understood what was needed. We were able to find a seat at the table for engagement of these stakeholders. We were able to essentially take, and I say that very reservedly, leadership roles onto ourselves. But overall, this symbiotic relationship leads to career development, because we say that, okay, we want to provide scholarships, we want to, provide educational paraphernalia, we want to provide career development by offering jobs. Yes, that's all well, but where does professional development come from? Professional development doesn't necessarily come from taking up a job or taking up a scholarship. It comes from building character. And that's where we look at not only within ourselves as Leos and Lions and how we can help each other, but more so looking at the external setting. And I say career development in a broader context, because the sort of character that we help to engender within our community, and this is where I'm making a shift to a community discussion, and our beneficiaries, is no longer driven by tokenism. No longer are we just distributing a few items. No longer are we just doing projects that will come to an end at a definite period but not have smart, so, sustained and measurable, or rather specific and measurable outcomes. But we're also looking at how we're investing in our own future as clubs. Because as we transition out of the Leo's movement into the Lions movement, and then further as life goes on, we transition out of the Lions movement, who are we really attracting to our clubs? What are we doing to help to develop communities to attract the real positive role models into our clubs? And I'm not saying this in a manner that I'm questioning what clubs are doing, but I'm stating this in a manner that we must all look at, these factors when we're developing our mandates. Because at the end of the day, we speak of investment for sustainable roles in and through the organization. Not everybody's going to stay with us. I myself am a former Leo. I'm no longer with my club. But at the end of the day, I know that one, my club left a positive impact on my life, and two, I've been able to contribute to my club, right? So these are things that we need to look at when we're considering youth development. So looking at these opportunities as well, we also want to look at unity and alignment of efforts. As I mentioned before, duplicity of effort is taking us nowhere. It just leads to a waste of resources. Within the local club setting here in Ghana, we had a sort of healthy competition amongst ourselves. We always tried to outperform each other, get the most projects done, have the most community impact, and so on. But at the same time, one of the things that I guess was a success point for us under the leadership of Leo, well, she's probably Lion now, Aretha Ford, was the fact that we were tasked to look at unity amongst our clubs and amongst our communities. And I say that in the context of, so I'll examine the clubs first. Now, every club wants to get out there and do something, and not just clubs. We talk about any social organization wants to get out there and do something. We want to be on the bandwagon. We want to be noticed. We want to show that we're doing something positive for our communities. But at the end of the day, sometimes these trends just become an avenue for the community to just receive, and that's it. That's where it ends, all right? They learn nothing from it. They just receive the tangible resources. And then we move on and we say, okay, well, yeah, we would have helped 600 people. But at the end of the day, where is the true community development? Where is the sustained engagement? How are we helping these communities to bridge their own gaps and barriers to communication and engagement by, one, allowing them into our club spaces for mentorship? They don't necessarily have to become Leos or Lions, but we can also consult with them at their weekly neighborhood meetings, for example, to find out what is needed, how we can be part of that process, and more so finding out what else is being done within the community so that we all achieve one outcome as opposed to a variety of outcomes that were initially meant to just be one, but ended up going all over the place. And most importantly, we look at accountability. Within the Leo Lions movement and within youth movements as a whole, one of the biggest barriers, I will say, and I myself have been guilty of it in the past, to any project or to any effort would have been accountability. Sometimes we're thrust into roles where we're unable to keep the pace, and we just take up these positions or take up the mantle because we feel that we are entitled to it. And it goes right back into what I was saying before. Anything that we need to do needs to be specific. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? How are we going to do it? And who do we evaluate? All right? We can't evaluate ourselves because we're always going to pat ourselves on the shoulder. How are we evaluating ourselves? And this ties right back into what I was stating earlier about mentorship and Leo's Lions. So mentorship is classically seen as a top-down approach. And of course, the entire topic of my presentation here is a bottom-up approach, how we can develop. Yes, classically, mentorship comes from experience. But like I said, on my point of ageism, there is no gold standard. And we must understand that experiences are gained through development context in light of different situational needs and I guess the on-the-ground situation as it is. So looking back at that, case in point, the Leo Lions movement has learned a lot from younger generations and how we can reach out, especially in this COVID time, virtually to our Leos and to our communities and to our Lions and anyone else who is interested or that could potentially be a beneficiary to any program or project that as an organization or as a district, we would have set out to achieve. So all of this goes right back into, like I said, accountability. How do we do so? So again, alignment of efforts and collaboration, and it goes beyond, like I said earlier, seeking beyond what we are actually doing. The Leo Lions movement needs to attract more people, but that not necessarily quantity over quality. And in this accountability, we need to look at how we can bridge that gap and allow further for persons to be, I guess, participatory in our programs without necessarily being part of our clubs. That way, we don't necessarily have to look at committing all of our own resources, but looking at how we can bring other resources in so that we are held accountable for resources that are brought in, but also held, we can also help to hold accountable those resources that we send out. So that has been a mouthful. And last but not least, oftentimes we state that, youth are tomorrow. And I say no, youth are today, because the investment that we make in ourselves and in each other, right, across the barrier. And again, I go back to what I'm saying about youth being a subjective yet not so subjective definition. If you are 69 and you feel that you're a youth, you're a youth. Just remember that everything that you do today affects the outcomes of tomorrow. And leadership is not just about tomorrow, it's also about today and everything else that we put into each other. So with that, I know I've been rambling on towards the end, but to all the Lions and Leos of MD60, thank you for your time, your patience, and most importantly, for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Fishal. Well, before you go, I hope that you have felt the embrace of the Lions and Leos again in your life. And I hope that even though you chose not to be in the Leo Club anymore, I do think that you can become a Lion now. So I encourage the Lions from Guyana. If you don't have his contact information, I can send it to you. And of course, I hope that within a few months, we could see that we don't introduce Dr. Fishal anymore, but you introduce Lion Dr. Fishal in the future. So thank you for that great presentation and speech on Leos and investment in our future. That was a lot of insights, and of course, I know you have a lot of experience on different committees and in different organizations. And I was happy that you were able and willing to share that with us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, before we go to Leo Lion Ojas, I want to ask Lion Wendy if she could enable Leo Fabian Maxwell MGF, because he's a new MGF, so I need to really say that. MGF, if you could say a few words about the USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Oh,
yes,
great.
we do.
Lion Council Chair, Denise Forrest, Progressive Melville Jones Fellow, other distinguished Lions and Leos in the virtual audience, Lions guests, fellow Leos, good morning. I am Leo Fabian Maxwell. I am the multiple district associate representative, as well as the council chairperson for the Leo Advisory Council. And this is a group of Leos under the USA Canada Leo Leadership Foundation who will be helping to plan the upcoming USA Canada Leo Leadership Forum. Lion Shafani had touched on a few things about the forum. I'm so happy that we have two winners that will be attending this forum. It's going to be a great time that we're going to have. I want to in particularly talk about two things. One, we have three important keynote speakers. These speakers are our international presidents, and it's the first time we're having all three international presidents in one sitting at our forum. Those will be International Vice President Patty Hill, Dr. Patty Hill, International Vice President Brian Sheehan, and our incoming International President, Lion Alexander, Douglas X. Alexander. This will be the first time the International President will be attending our forum. And we are so excited about that. These speakers are very motivational and inspirational speakers. And you will all have an opportunity to interact with them. And this is what the Leo Leadership Forum is bringing to you. We're also bringing some great exciting activities. And these are online activities, of course. It's a virtual forum, but we want you to have the best online experience ever. And it's, as Lan Shafani said, this is a forum by Leos for Leos, so it has to be fun. So we're having slumber party, we're gonna have some online games, we're gonna have some scavenger hunt, we're gonna have a lot of fun, as well as we're going to learn a lot. There's a lot of information that will be shared in our seminars. And our first day of the forum, the Leos will be moderating these seminars, or will be hosting these seminars. So these are seminars done by Leos, right? And for the rest of the forum, we'll have some Lions and Leos also presenting on some very important topics that will help you enhance your leadership experience and your membership experience in the Leo Club program. So it's 30 US for Leos, 35 US for Lions and guests. Please register at the website leosforum.org. And I hope to see you all there. It's going to be amazing.
Thank you, Leo Fabian, for that additional information. As you heard, it will be amazing. And it is a great experience to be part of a forum with the whole constitutional area. Well, as we're coming to the end of our forum, our virtual forum, we have one speaker who is already ready to also shed some light on the topic, but also share opportunities within the Leo Club program in our global organization. And his name is Ojas Chitnis from Parlin, New Jersey, United States. And he was appointed by the Lions Club International Board of Directors to serve a 2-year term as a member of the Leo Club program advisory panel from 2019 through 2021. Leo advisory panelist Chitnis is pursuing a bachelor's degree in international business from the George Washington University in the District of Columbia, United States. He has been an active member of the association since he chartered his club in 2015, serving as its charter president at just 12 years of age. He currently holds dual membership as a Leo Lion member of the Edison Visionary Lions Club and the New Jersey Visionary Cyber Leo Club. He has held numerous offices within the association, including as the chairperson of the panels, membership experience committee. He has been a presenter at numerous international events and forums. He has attended 6 international conventions, 3 USA-Canada Lions Leadership Forums, 1 Lions ISAME Forum, 1 Latin American and Caribbean Leo Forum, 1 Latin American and Caribbean Lions Forum, and 9 Lions Days with the United Nations. In recognition of his service to the association, he has received numerous awards, including 3 Membership Growth Awards, 1 International President's Leadership Award, 2 International President's Certificates of Appreciation, the LCIF Helping Hands Award, and the Leo of the Year Award. He is also a Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. Welcome, Leo Advisory Panelists, or just Chitness.
Well, thank you so much, Leo Lyon, Shafani. I think I have to offer my deepest apologies. I think that we all understand our computers working overtime in this virtual environment. We had some Wi-Fi issues on our end here in New Jersey, USA today, so I apologize very much for that. And I think I'm going to go straight into it. I won't take up too much of your time. I know that we are a bit delayed today, but as Leo Lyon Shafani said, I am going to be talking about how we can improve the Leo Club program, how we can enhance the Leo Club program. And the way I see to do that, in addition to all the international opportunities I'll get into, is how we can bridge the gap, the intergenerational language barrier between us Leos and the Lions of Multiple District 60 and of the world in general. So I'll begin with a brief introduction of myself, as Leo Lyon Shafani so expertly said, so nicely said. I've been a Leo for almost 6 years now. It's going to be 6 years in a couple days. I've been a Leo for a long time, been a Lion for about a month, and it's been an absolutely amazing experience. And one thing that I'll touch on that you don't really think about a lot when you're a Leo is the growth that you get from when you first joined as a Leo to when you leave is absolutely extraordinary. I know that when I started as a Leo, I would not be able to give this presentation. That's how nervous I was, how difficult public speaking was for me. And that's how the Leo Club program has had a truly transformative impact on me. My contact information is on the screen. Please reach out to me. As I said, I am, as Leo Lyon Shafani said, I am the Leo Club Program Advisory Panelist for Constitutional Area 1. My job is to take everything, every complaint, every recommendation, every compliment you have from your district, all the way up to international, and make sure that your voice is heard, because that's how we're going to improve this program for the better. I know that oftentimes, and I'm no stranger to this, it's great to see some friendly faces, but I don't know a lot of you. So I want to get to know a little bit more about you, our audience for today. And I know that we are a little bit delayed. So give me just one moment and I will share my screen so that I can find out a little bit more about all of you. Okay, excuse me, one second. So while I'll go on that, let me just say it truly is an honor to be here with you all today. I know that you in Multiple District 60 have done an absolutely incredible job starting a Leo district and doing all this service, even in spite of the pandemic. Truly, it is an admirable thing. I like to say that Multiple District 60's name is circulated international on a very, very often basis. So I think I'd like you to open up a second browser, open it up on your phone and log over to menti.com. And I think I'll also leave that link in the chat. So what you can do is you can go onto there, and once you log into our space, you'll be able to input this code, which is 55152674. You'll be able to join our thing, and tell me a little bit about where you're joining from today. So please let me know if there's any difficulty in doing that. I'll put the link in the chat. So we'll give it a few minutes. I know that there is a delay here. So I feel like there's an issue because I'm not seeing anything pop up. Give you one more second here, and I'll figure that out. Oh, actually, no, there's no issue. It's just on my end. So sorry about that. So there we are. So I see that we've got a few people calling in from Jamaica, some from, I believe that's either St. Martin or Anguilla, someone from Trinidad and Tobago. I'll drop the code in that. Thank you, Jocelyn, for asking that. So it's 55152674. Wonderful to hear, Lynette. You're from Guyana. And please, if you're having trouble getting into the Menti, please drop in the chat where you're joining from. I'll just talk a little bit about my background while everything's getting set up. I'm from New Jersey in the USA, which everyone knows our neighbors, New York. I'm about 30 minutes from New York City. I live in a pretty small community with about 40,000 people. We are a very close community. I think that one of the defining events for us was Hurricane Sandy. And I'm so sorry about that. I just realized that I've neglected to include Suriname. So if you want, I think that you may be able to put it sort of the general vicinity of some of the Northern South American countries. So sorry about that. And I think that I'll give it a few moments, but within Lioness and within our association, we've truly had a great impact here in New Jersey. We've claimed 2 past international presidents. The latest was 1951 to 1952. And, you know, really in New Jersey, we do have a strong Lionism program. And we are looking forward to having an international director in the next year. All right, it's wonderful to see you all. So I think we're going to go on to my second question to learn a little bit more about all of you, which is, what is your membership type? Are you an Alpha Leo, Omega Leo, Leo Lion, Lion? I want to know a little bit more about all of you. And I do apologize, the colors will not be what you're expecting, red for Alpha Leos and blue for Omega Leos. And that's one interesting thing that we've done at the international level this year. We've completely redone our branding. In case you haven't been able to tell, you've seen on my slides, that is our new branding. That's how everything's going to be looking from now on, very professional, very up to date, and we're very excited about that. So we actually have eliminated the colors for Alpha and Omega Leos. Now we all use this very nice gray logo that you'll be able to see on my screen in a couple moments. So it's great to see we've got a ton of Alpha Leos, Omega Leos, Leo Lions, and a great number of Lions. And I think I forgot to mention this, but I'd like to thank our council chairperson today, Denise Forrest, for all that she does. I know that I had a very constructive meeting with her earlier in the year, and truly I'm grateful for all that your Lions do for the Leos of Multiple District 60. So I think we're gonna go back to the presentation for now. All right, let me get back there. So like I said, I think this should be a little free-flowing conversation. I don't want to take up too much of your time. But as again, I'm going to read a little bit about what the purpose of our program is, just to get back to the basics, to understand why we have Leos. So this is kind of an excerpt from our board policy. It's to provide the youth of the world an opportunity for development and contribution individually and collectively. And that's what we are supposed to do as Leos. That's the basics of the Leo Club program. And that's what I think we need to get back to. I think we've gotten so distracted over these past 50 years having celebrated that contribution. But we need to remember that our mission is 2-part: to develop our members, provide them with leadership opportunities, and also to give them an avenue for contribution to their communities and to the world. And I'll also read a quote from our International President Choi's handbook for this year's presidential theme, which is, through the vibrancy of our global membership, innovation, and hard work, we are united in kindness and diversity. And I think we see it in your own multiple district and multiple district system. You have an incredibly diverse multiple district. I don't know how you manage with all different countries, different languages, and just so diverse between your communities. I don't know how you manage, but it truly is something that's unique about Lions Clubs International, that we are in over 218 geographic areas. We have more than 1.4 million members, more than 200,000 now Leos reported, which is something I will get into later in the presentation. But truly it is a great reflection that we are united in kindness and diversity. So one of the international opportunities I wanted to touch on, and I think Leo Fabian touched on so well, was the Leo USA Canada Forum. It's a great opportunity for you to get involved. And this year it is a virtual format. So if you couldn't make the trip forward to Mesa, Arizona or New York, now is a great time to make that happen. And on the other side, the Lions Clubs International Convention, it has just been announced that it will be complimentary for all Alpha Leos who wish to attend. And there's a discounted rate for Omega Leos as well. So I think after my presentation, I'll drop the link to the registration form. I definitely want to see some great representation from the Leos of the Caribbean at our international convention in June. To understand how we can bridge the gap between Leos and Lions, we need to understand generational diversity. And this has been made in an American context, but I believe that it should be somewhat applicable to you all as well. So I think that we have broadly 4 generations that work within our association. We have the greatest generation, who are serving as our most senior Lions. We have the baby boomers, who are kind of our largest segment of Lions membership. We have the Generation X, who are typically our young lions or Omega Leos. Then we have the millennials and Gen Zs, what I'll call the intergenerations. They're myself, many of you who are serving as our Alpha Leos to our younger Omega Leos. The differences between each generation are extremely massive. Everyone has a very different background, and each person truly may deviate from this in a great respect, but it is important to understand the broad patterns that we see within each of the generations. Well, before there used to be all this, collaborative hierarchies. We used to have all of these titles and everything within the race generation. That's what worked for them. And that's how they see the world. And that's how they were able to become the race generation. So maybe we can learn a little bit from them as well. And the point that I come down to is not that somehow we need to change these behaviors, that we have to recognize that these are the behaviors that they are. Because the only way that we're going to be able to work with people that are different than us, that are in different generations, is to be able to understand why they think the way that they do, to understand that they're not trying to be difficult for us, but be understanding that they have a much different experience than us, they have much different perspective and background, and to be inclusive of that and make sure that we're using everyone's skill sets to the best of their abilities. And another interesting opportunity for Leos that I'd like to touch on, which has not been touched on, I don't think to a great extent in the past, is that Lions Clubs International Foundation has approved a $400,000 pilot grant program over the next 2 years for the Leos of the world. So before, if you wanted to apply for a Lions grant, you would have been competing with Lions Club, which of course, even though they are our sponsors, we have to recognize that they have so much more expertise than us. That's why we are sponsored by them. So now what the Lions Clubs International Foundation has done is that if your Leo Club wishes to apply for a grant of up to $5,000, they will assist you in the grant writing process. They'll provide you very constructive feedback, and they will actually cover up to 75% of your eligible expenses, which is completely unheard of. Typically, it's about 50%. And this is a great way for you to go into your communities and really make a huge impact to a very large service project, even collaborating with other Leo clubs from other districts or even other multiple districts. So I think I'll leave that link in the chat as well. And I think it's an opportunity that you should check out to really make your impact on the community. And I think we'll touch on this. I think I'm speaking to the choir here because you all do involve Leos to such a great extent. But I want to talk about what makes youth leaders different from the established leaders within our association. We support individuals, not institutions. What that means is that I think we've seen it within our membership growth that we're not finding the best ways to appeal to our youth members. The Lions, the youth Lions, especially young Lions, they're not here to support LCI. They're not here to support Lions Clubs International. They want to join because they want to make an impact. They want to support someone that they know. They want to be involved in the community of Lions, which is something that we need to work on in our legal. We need to work on having intergenerational, inter-club collaboration, because that's what makes our association so strong. And I think I'll touch on another opportunity that we have regarding this interconnectedness that from Lions Clubs International, there is now a scholarship, especially for young Leo Lions, and there's preference given for the first 2 years that they can receive a stipend, a scholarship to go and attend another constitutional areas Lions Forum, which is a very great opportunity. It's all expenses paid. They will take you to a different constitutional area. So for instance, we're from Constitutional Area 1. They may send you to the Europa Forum, the All Africa Forum, or the forum in ANZI, which is CA7. And truly, it's a great opportunity for Leo Lions. And we hope to see one of those recipients from Constitutional Area 1. There are going to be 8 recipients next year once everything gets back to in-person. And truly, it is a great opportunity for people to get involved. Additionally, youth leaders, I think I won't touch on all of these, but one is that they treat time, talent, and treasure as equal assets. And what are those things? Time, of course, is the time that you're dedicating to your community, to each cause that you're involved in. The time that you're dedicating to join us for this forum today, truly we do appreciate that. Talent is the inherent skills that you have as a leader. And additionally, treasure is just monetary contributions. And the interesting thing about our generation, about my generation, about maybe people who are a little bit older, younger than me, is that we treat all of these as equal, that not necessarily one is more important than the other. And where one is lacking, another can be supplemented. To say you are unable to make the financial contributions, but you have an extremely large talent pool, or you're able to dedicate a large amount of time. That's now how we can get people involved in the association. Whereas before, you had to have all three of these in sufficient quantities. And finally, and like I said, I'm not going to touch on all of these for the sake of brevity, but that youth leaders care about everyday heroes, not occasional activists. Now, instead of doing one isolated service project, the Leos, and I'm sure this is true in multiple District 60 as well, they prefer to have a continued change, a continued impact across many, many years, across maybe their whole lives, dedicated towards a particular cause. And that's something that we have to capture, because youth are very passionate about certain issues. I think we see it, especially in this pandemic over social media. We've seen it that people are very passionate about the environment, very passionate about social causes. And that's something that we have to capture and bring into our association. And I think I'll skip this slide for the sake of brevity. And I think that we have to talk about why together. And before we talk about that, I'd like to talk about another international opportunity that we have for the Leos, and that is the International Leo Advisory Panel, the committee on which I sit. Lions Club International is always looking forward to getting more members involved with the Leo Advisory Panel. We've expanded from having 6 spots when it was first installed in 2010 under the presidency of Sid Scruggs. Until now, we have 32, 4 representatives of each constitutional area. And truly, it is a wonderful opportunity. I encourage you to apply. The applications will open in a couple weeks, and they will be closing in mid-August. And really, it is a great way to get involved in our association. Even if you don't believe that you have the knowledge or experience to do it, I think that definitely it will prepare you to become the future leaders of our association. So now let's talk about why together. Why do we need Leos and Lions to collaborate? And I don't mean to knock anybody, but over in Europe and in Asia, Leos and Lions operate completely separately. It's not like here in North America where Leos and Lions are working side by side. There, they work completely different. So I think it's important to understand why we need to work together. And it's outside of the fact that each Leo Club is sponsored by a Lions Club, but it's also because Leos and Lions working together amplifies their service. That by collaboration, instead of having 2 clubs working independently, maybe redundantly towards the same goal, now you'll have 2 clubs that are actually actively working together and finding new solutions. It also allows us to learn from each other. I think that's one of the great ways that we have this forum, that Leos and Lions are able to gain skills and insights that they wouldn't have otherwise from members of their own age bracket. They're able to learn it from other people. So I think the example that I've given here is that while Leos may be superb with technology, I don't mean to, and that's not a dig at your incredible IT team that you have on here, but Lions may have more experience in solving hands-on problems. And it's not good enough to have the Lions and Leos have that knowledge separately. It's so impactful. It's going to be so important that we bring those groups together and help them share that information with each other. And then also finally, leadership development, because that's truly what it comes back to. That's the development that I was talking about before, that collaboration allows us to build stronger teams, and the skills that you learn within our association will carry out throughout your life. And I can speak to this in your professional, academic, social circles. Being a Leo truly does make an impact and will allow you to foster many skills. And further, Lions provide a great source of mentorship. I've learned a lot from my Lions mentors, whether they be international officers or my father. I've learned so much from all of them, and truly it is a great experience that we don't think we touch on a lot. I think I'll close with one more international opportunity for growth as a Leo, and that is to work alongside another Leo club from across the world. We have a program called the Club Twinning Program. So, and I think especially in these COVID times, we're working so much on social media, so much on these digital platforms. Now we're able to contact Leos in other parts of the world, in South America, in Asia, Europe, Australia, Africa, all over the world. But now what we can do is we can have club twinning projects between these different clubs. And I'd be perfectly happy to help facilitate one of those partnerships if you so need it. But this is going to give you a very great global understanding of our association, learning about a different culture that may do things differently from yourselves. And I truly encourage you to apply for the Club Twinning Program. And I think I'll leave a link to the brochure for that in the chat. I hope I haven't taken up too much of your time. Thank you all so much. Take care, and I hope to see you all soon.
Thank you, Leo, Lion, Ojas. That was a great presentation, and no worries, we all have technical difficulties sometimes with our Wi-Fi connectivity. So it was all to a good end, of course. We're happy to have had you here. You and Fishal did a great contribution to our topic of today. Leo is an investment in our future. And of course, it was primarily talked about the engagement between Leos and Lions, and Leos also taking their own ownership over the situation and going into what they want and expect from this organization. Of course, we asked OJAS to also go into the specific opportunities that are not only on the multiple district or club level, but be mindful, we're part of a global organization. So there are a lot of opportunities that Lions Club International has for our Leos, our Leo Lions. You just need to go and find the information, of course, and share it amongst ourselves. So what I'll do, I know there has been a lot of talk up in the chat about information regarding Fishal, but also the contact information for OJAS. I know Fishal also shared a PowerPoint presentation with me just now. I'll ask Lion Wendy to send me the information from the Leos that joined today. And later on today or tomorrow, I'll send the contact information for both the presenters. And if Ojas wants to send me the links for all the opportunities he spoke about, I will also include that in that email, and that will be sent to all of you. Because of course, we have the opportunities now. It is in our hands to really go for that and submit our names to get the opportunity to experience that Leo Club, the Leo experience that we need to experience or want to experience. So what I will say in ending this, we went 18 minutes over time. My apologies for that, but I hope that it was a great addition to your morning. So thank you all for joining, and we'll see you later in one of the other sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lion Shafani. And again, what a wonderful morning it has been so far. Also, thanks to former Leo Vishal, Leo Fabian, and Leo Lion Ojas. I think there's no doubt that our association will be around doing what we do best, that is serving for the next 100 years and counting. You saw the passion of our young people and the impact they are making in the world and in our organization. Let us continue to embrace them. Let us continue to invest in them and in the future of our organization. So thank you very much, Shafani and your team. One of the things we didn't get a chance to do last evening was to share your feedback with us. So if you look in the chat box now, I think coming from me, you will see a link to last evening's evaluation form. It takes just about 2 minutes. So if you can just click on the link, enter your comments, we'll have them recorded and we can share them with our presenters and participants, sharing that information to us. So please take the time and do so at your convenience. Later on today, we will share the link for today's sessions, and we ask you to complete that also and provide it with to us. So thank you once again. Our next session will begin at 11:30 a.m., just about 10 minutes we will have, and that will be on membership, and we will have both, I think, Lion Shafani back on and several other Lions, moderated by Lion Nadine, and including Lions Carlisle Goddard, Natasha Hamilton, and Leo Anil Raghubar. So again, let's take the time, complete the evaluation, and we look forward to welcoming you back in just about 10 minutes time. Thank you.
Greetings. I am Lion Allison Bishop from the Lions Club of Christchurch West. Recently, myself and my fellow Lions, Lion Randy Payne and Lion Maristella Debaya, also from the Lions Club of Christchurch West, had the privilege of being part of Lions Club's international Lean On Me music video. At this time, when our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are suffering these trials and tribulations, our district governor, Lion Maureen Graham, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, District 60B, thought that it would be apt to dedicate this song to you. So, my fellow Lions, Leos, and peoples of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this one is for you.
Sometimes in our lives,
we all have pain, we all have sorrow,
But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow.
lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
please swallow your pride.
If I have things
You need to borrow,
for
no one can fill most of your needs that you won't let show.
you just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on.
I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me
Lean on me
when you're not strong,
and I'll be your friend.
I'll help you carry on, for
It won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
you just call on me, sister, when you need a hand.
We all need somebody to lean on.
I just might have a problem that you'll understand.
We all need somebody to lean on.
If there is a load
You have to bear.
that you can't carry, oh, I'll ride up the road. I'll share your load if you just call me. So if you need a hand,
Call me. If you need a friend, call me.
oh, brother,
Call me. Why don't you call me?
call
Okay, thank you, Lion. Wendy, for that bit of musical interlude there. Just want to make one reminder again that for those of you who would like to ask questions, we encourage you to do so in the question and answer, the Q&A tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen. You'll see it there. That will help us to differentiate between the number of things coming through and comments coming through in the chat and the questions being asked by participants. So again, just to encourage you to use the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom screen to share your questions with the panel. Thank you very much.
Multiple District 60 presents its virtual mid-year convention, May 27 to the 30th. The convention will be held under the auspices of Council Chairman Lion Dennis Forrest, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, with the theme United in Kindness and Diversity, Service Without Boundaries, MD60, Building Bridges of Collaboration Through Diversity.
The virtual event kicks off in grand style with an opening ceremony on Thursday, May 27th from 7 p.m. featuring the parade of flags and the official opening and featured address by the Prime Minister of St. Martin, Honorable Silveria Jacobs.
Friday, May 28th is workshop night from 7 with PID Tom Gordon on the topic Our Members Matter. Later at 8:30 with a panel discussion on the changing face of service during and post-COVID-19, moderated by past Region Chair Lion Blossom Anglin Brown.
The activities continue on Saturday, May 29th at 9:45 a.m. with an address by our International President, Dr. Jong Yol Choi. Then attend the Leos Take Center stage with a panel discussion on the topic, An Investment in Our Future, moderated by MD60 Lion Chairperson Lion Stephanie Vin. Lions Leroy Hines and Stephanie Vin will continue the discussion on membership from 11:30 a.m. The day will climax with a discussion on male marginalization at 2 p.m.
The grand finale takes place on Sunday, May 30th with a multiple district convention from 2 p.m. with guest speaker Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley. It will also include the much anticipated necrology service and the presentation of multiple district officers-elect. This is a once-in-a-lifetime multiple District 60 convention you can't afford to miss. Check our social media platforms for registration details. MD60 Convention, coming to a virtual location near you. Don't miss this.
Okay, we're back, and my time says just about 11:30, which we said we would reconvene. So welcome back, Lions and Leos. At our Council of Governors meeting, I think Council Chair Lion Denise mentioned that there was a discussion on membership triggered by a note by past District Governor Thomas Pinkerton. We decided to continue that discussion with a wider group of Lions and Leos at this workshop. So here to introduce this session is our multiple district GMT chair, past Council Chair, Lion Nadine Bushall. So Lion Nadine, over to you.
Thank you, Lion Jared. Good morning, Council Chair Denise, members of Council, past International Director Nicolin, my fellow Lions, Leos, and guests. Welcome to our second session for today. And the title of that session is Let's Take a Good, Honest Look at Membership. Over the last few months, there has been a lot of discussion about membership, the quality of membership experience, balancing quantity versus quality, incorporating Leos meaningfully, and a myriad of other issues. Now, a key part of taking action is understanding where you are and understanding what members feel and how we are going to discuss this. So today, we want to get your views on some key membership issues and have our panel of three give their feedback on what you think. I am Nadine Bushell, MD60 GMT coordinator, and I will take you through this session. But first, I want to introduce our three panelists. We will start with Leo Anil Raghubar. He's an active member of the Mayaro Leo Club in Trinidad and Tobago, and he has been a member for the past 5 years. He served as vice president, and director. He is currently the Leo Associate for Regions 3 and 4. He is employed as a special education teacher and has a diploma in health and safety. He also holds a certificate in working with students with disabilities. He has a bachelor's degree in education and is currently pursuing a master's degree. He has always been an advocate for persons with disabilities. He is very active in his church, youth group, the Mayaro District Council as well. He is the recipient of a scholarship from BPT Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome, Leo Anil, to our panel. Natasha Hamilton, the second panelist, is a member of the Durban Park Lions Club from Guyana. She has been a Lion since 1999 and has served at the level of the district and as district associate, cabinet secretary treasurer, zone and region chairperson. She has also served at the multiple districts as global service team coordinator and council secretary treasurer. She is currently District 60A GMT associate. She's currently a District 60A GMT associate, and she also is a second vice district governor-elect for District 60A for fiscal year 2021-2022. Like Natasha is also a graduate of the Regional Lions Leadership Institute, and she is by profession a banker. Welcome, Lion Natasha. Our final panelist, Lion Dr. Carlisle Goddard, was a founding member of the Leo Club of Coleridge and Parry in 1983. He remained a Leo until 1966, during which time he also maintained active memberships in Leo clubs of Bridgetown and Kingston at various points until he became a Lion in 1996. Lion Carlisle is currently a member of the Lions Club of Bridgetown, where he served in several capacities, including Leo Advisor, Director, Chairman of Health Committee, and as President in 2008. Lion Carlisle has held various district and multiple district positions over his collective 19 years in Lionism in a number of health-related programs, Leos, and served as zone and region chairperson. And he's currently the second vice district governor-elect of Subdistrict 60B. He is also a consultant internist and endocrinologist. He runs a private practice in Barbados. So these are our three panelists today. And before we go into this session, I'd like to congratulate both Lions, Natasha and Carlisle, for their ascension into the district governor team for the next fiscal year. So welcome the three of you again, and thank you for participating. What I will do now is share with the audience how this session will run today. We are going to engage with the audience through a series of poll questions where we want your honest feedback. After we get the results of each of the polls, we will engage our panelists on the issues. You can also place your questions to engage our panelists yourself on the chat or any comments that you may have, and we will respond to them. And if we have time, we'll also field questions from the floor after the panel discussion. Two members of the GMT team, Lions Leroy and Lion Shafani, they will also assist at the end with rounding up with the discussions. So we now look forward to engaging you in this very important session on membership. What I'm going to ask our IT persons to do is put up the first poll, and we want the members in the audience, we would like them to answer the poll questions. Lion Wendy. I'm just checking, is everyone seeing the poll? Questions? So please vote. That Wendy have a number of persons completed the poll. I'm not seeing the running of the poll here.
Yes, of the 170, well, a little less than 170 something since the panelists are not apart, but we are up to 80 who have completed and it's climbing.
Okay, all right. She would let me know when it's a good time to shut off the poll. And Wendy, where we at now?
103.
It's still climbing.
Yes, it is. It's only at
Okay.
59%. Let's let it go up a little bit more.
I think you're going to have a competition for persons to finish quickly.
Okay. 105.
105.
Yeah, 61%. I'll end the vote now.
Okay,
The polling now.
can you share the results?
Are you
Okay.
seeing?
Yeah, so the first question we have, would you invite like-minded friends and family to join your Lions Club? We have 92% saying yes and 8% saying no. The second question, would you invite like-minded family and friends to join another Lions Club? We have 23% saying no and 77% saying yes. Okay, we can close that poll now, Lan Wendy. And we're going to ask one other question before we engage the panelists in discussion. So the second poll, please, Lan Wendy. We remind members that they're also free to make comments in the chat.
Okay, we're at 100. Let's let it go up a bit more.
How much are we at now?
110.
It's still climbing.
And climbing.
Okay, I guess people are not getting any hang of it.
Okay, ending it now.
Okay, what is the count? I didn't see the results then, Wendy. Okay, so 47% think we have enough members in our clubs to add value, and 53% says no. Okay, thank you everyone for participating in the first poll. Now I'm going to head to my panelists now to discuss those first two questions. So basically, the first question says that the majority of our members will invite persons who are like-minded to join the organization. And the second question indicates, however, that base is almost a 50%, 50-50 split, that 53% of our members, however, do not believe that the clubs have sufficient persons of particular quality to give the kind of service that we want to the community. So I'm not going to pick on anybody first, but does anybody want to jump out and start the conversation?
Well, I can start. I think it's strange that people are willing to invite their like-minded friends to join, but then feel that there's not enough added value. At least 50% or 47% feel that their members are not adding value. And we have to look at, why do they feel that their members are not adding value? Is it that people are joining, but they're not coming to meetings? They're not being involved. You invite them, and then they're happy to join, but then when they join, they're not active. And we have to look at why. And some of the reasons that the excuses that people give is that they're very busy, they have to balance their lives, they have a family to deal with, they have work and things like that. I'm not sure I agree with those excuses. I would call them excuses, not reasons, because we're all, Lions know we're all very, very busy people. And they say that the busiest person makes the best lion, because we know how to balance things. So we really have to look at, I think, take introspectively and see, are we giving these people value? We're asking if they're adding value, but are we giving them value? Because if we were giving them the value, I think they would be quite happy to join, to be active. And I think we have to look at things like, are our meetings interesting enough, or are they long and boring? And things like, what kind of projects that we're doing? Are we doing the same projects that we used to do 15 years ago? And are people just bored by those projects? Are we looking at what our community really needs in terms of projects? So that's my opinion of those questions, the responses.
Yeah, but I'll also
I don't want to talk too much.
Go ahead, Carlisle.
Yeah, I'll take a bite in the first two, because those two questions are very similar and yet dissimilar. Because the first question poses, would you invite someone to your Lions Club? Is basically the question that they're asking. And so most people said yes. And then the second question asks, but what about to another Lions Club? And then there was a lot of disparity there. And it begs the question, is that you think that your Lions Club is better than any other Lions Club? Or are we really truly brothers and sisters in arms, and we should be able to recommend people freely to the movement and what it represents, as opposed to what our individual club brings to the table? And I think the answer to that really lies in the tier of how we see Lions and Leo clubs. And even before that, I would like to even muddy the water a bit more by saying, a lot of us have children and relatives who we don't even invite into the Leo movement, or further even to our own Lions Club. So that is a question too, which needs to be answered. Why is my brother, my sister not in Lions with me? Why are my children not Leos? And if you can answer that, that will help us answer the question here. But there are several motives as to why people join service clubs. And I've always looked at the psychology of this. And I believe firmly that, you could be a Lion, you could be a Rotarian, you could be a Kiwanian. So what makes you choose Lionism over these other clubs? And I think from looking at it over the years, I really believe that the psyche, or the person who is involved in physically doing things with their hands, or those persons who get fulfillment from physically volunteering of their time and their energy to do something for another, that is the person who makes the better Lion. Some persons feel better by just writing a check. Oh, I have given, and that's good enough for them. Some people say, perhaps I can just offer advice to point them in another direction that will help them. But I think the lion is a person who will physically go out and paint a bus shelter, who will physically go and dig a toilet or a toilet pit or go and put a roof on. I think so. That's the psyche of a person who's a lion, a person who's willing to physically do. So when we go to membership selection, we need to look for those type of persons, because if it's just a person who's going to push a check or to push paper or just give general advice, but not come to meeting or not be a participant in a physical way like we normally do, you know, we meet, we greet, we embrace you, we do that. That's us, because we're very functional, tactile people. So people of like minds do better together. So if you can find persons of that genre who are willing to do that, then yes, you're going to increase your membership. But if you bring people in with different needs at the time, the membership is not going to grow. Also, you have to look at the age of the person. A younger person is looking for excitement, looking for something new, something challenging. And then as they get a little bit older, they want to make connections. And that's networking. And then the older person then is just to hang out with the boys and girls of their lighter years and just relax and fade away, you know, having a good laugh, a good drink. Now, if you have a club that cannot span that depth, then membership is wasted, because you might bring someone young in, a bunch of old fogies who just want to sit at the bar and drink, but do nothing else. I'm gone. I'm not going to stick around here because I'm not going to leave work tired and then can't get energized out of that. Or if I'm really looking at network and all these guys do is crawl about funds and who can get a donation or who can get a Melvin Jones, then I'm not leaving work for that either. So you really need to know the need of the person you're bringing in, the age of which they can sit comfortably in. And that is where the membership discussion grow on retention. But if you're just looking to pick up any and everybody off the road, not knowing what they're doing, not where they're going, then we spin in mud and we lose them. We get good numbers for the beginning of the year, they disappear before the year is out. So the year and a day of a lion is never made. I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you, Lion Carla. Before I bring in Leo, and I see he's shaking his head and he's laughing, he's smiling. You made one point that I wanted to kind of zero in on a bit. I don't know, I'll leave it open to anyone in the panel to respond to it. But you made a comment that lions are the type of persons who will go and dig the toilet pit, who will go and paint the bus shed. Now, there are some persons, like, okay, if you compare that to the Rotarians, people know them to write checks and give free projects. But I'm wondering if we as an organization or within 60 district, multiple district 60, if we all think that the lion is, or the lion should be the type to paint the bus shed or the toilet pits, or do we want a mix of members who can do that, as well as those who can write some large checks? I don't know. I'll probably ask Leo Andrew what he thinks about that, since we expect him to become a liar.
So I think, to answer your question first, I think that you need both, because you can't have a Leo Alliance club where there's just one, where it's one strength alone. A club needs to be diverse. It needs to be a multi, we need to have persons that can also write checks and that can also build a bus shed or dig a pit, or even those who write in the check can also dig the pit and write the bus. So I think it has to have a blend in order for, and not just for the digging of the bus shed, but I think it's also the blend in order to passing on the baton, passing on the different or I should say the passing on the what is this thing? Oh,
The mantles.
yes,
The
that's the
skills.
battle. Passing on the battle and the laws and the different ways and how the lions do things, because you don't want younger lions to come up and then they do things completely different and they implement a new different policy and so forth. So in looking at for like-minded lions and lions who are like-minded, if you have a lion who is already in the club and their mind is, they are slackers and they are already ready to go out and they don't see the need to actually be promoting the Lions Club. If they're looking for someone who is like-minded as them, then they're going to bring someone in the club who is going to promote that same kind of, lazy fare. So I don't think it's just like-minded lions you have to look for. I think you have to look for someone that has the same spirit that you had when you had just started the Lions Club. So you bridge that gap from the old into the new.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I will do, I will now open, unless, I don't know if Lion Shafani or Lion Leroy want to add anything to that discussion. And then we will go into the second set of poll questions. Anything you want to add, or you good?
I just wanted to agree, sorry, with
Okay,
what
go ahead.
Anel said. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's one of the problems we have sometimes is that we have too many like-minded people and too many doers. And sometimes you need the check writers as well. And sometimes you need those people who will tell you how the bus shed needs to be built. They may be able to show you how to build it, even though they won't want to build it themselves. And you need those people to bring the doers together and get the work done. So I think that you need a balance of every different people in your club.
And I guess
which is why we're, like Anel said, the blending comes. And that's what you should see in a Lions movement. You have the old gray hair foxes, you have the young workers and steamrollers, and then you have the new generation blasters to move. So I do degrade in age, but increase in potency. We want to see the more experienced Lions leading the format and saying, this is generally how things should be done, and these are the templates. You're the young guys now, you all have the more technology and you're more savvy with this. You go and do it and show us how we can reflect how it used to be done in our times. But we're not going to stop you in any form of fashion. We're going to just guide you. And I think therein lies a problem, because whereas we might want that, the gray foxes hold us back. Mom, we want to do that in our time. It can't be done that way. No, nonsense.
Like,
you have to recognize.
Are you a gray fox?
No. I'm transitioning. But the point I'm trying to make is that there's a point where we need to let go. We're here for advice and to give advice, but we also have to encourage. The only way growth can occur is if you nurture something. If you try to block the sunlight and don't give water to the plant, it will die. So, having a pot doesn't mean the plant will grow in it. So the silver foxes in Lionism need to form a way of handing over that control, but still maintain the experienced voice to lend to our ears, but facilitate a pathway where the steamrollers can now smooth things out and the young blasters can come to generate more energy and bring more nutrition to the table. That's what we want to see in Lionism. Otherwise, we're going to die a natural death and moan and bemoan about membership not growing.
Okay, so what I'm hearing, a few key points: diversity. And not only just diversity, but respecting the diversity and respecting the different things that persons bring to the table. So the contractor must respect the engineer, and they must also respect the person who will dig the holes and do the running around. You have to respect each other. I'm hearing that. Then, Lion Carter, you mean a point of transitioning, that you're transitioning. And there are many of us who at one time were the kingpin, and now we have to transition to give other persons the space. So we have diversity, we have transitioning and handing over, and mentoring. Just to read some points from the chat before we go to the second set of poll questions. Go ahead.
I just wanted to indicate one thing, because there was a good discussion regarding having people just writing checks and people, Lions really being engaged in club activities and going to meetings and stuff like that. I just wanted to indicate that we should be mindful of course, you have people who are willing to really contribute to our causes, but they can't really be included in all the administration stuff and going to meetings and stuff like that. So we need to be mindful of how, if we want to engage these people who have another way of contributing to our causes, we have a number of membership opportunities and categories within our Lions movement. We, for example, have the affiliated membership. That type of member is included in our club, but doesn't have to be part of our meetings and stuff like that. And you also have the honorary membership. So I think we need to really look at the membership categories that we can utilize, that we still have those diverse types of members in our clubs, but they're not, let's say they're not eligible, or they don't have to come to our meetings because they don't have the time. But when we need them, we can go to them to write those checks.
Okay, understood and agreed. Okay, so just to share what some of the audience has been saying, we have IPDG, Anwar, Hollinsworth. You perhaps would invite like-minded However, the balance of such like-minded compared to existing members, the disparity level needs to be controlled. We have from Shondell Gray, members are happy to join, but after they join the club become too boring for members, and some clubs already stuck up that make members feel uncomfortable in the club, so they prefer to just stay away. I think that speaks to the issue of respect. Okay, I think those are the main, some of the just concurrent statements. Agreed, CC Denise Forrest. Agreed, the position of Leo Anna, like-mindedness can result in groupthink and stifle innovation. New thinking and diversity, we need intergenerational membership. Okay, so that was a good start, kickstart to the discussion. So we're now going to engage the audience again. Can you run the next poll question first, Lion Wendy? So I'll just read the question. Do you support the development of a member profile to target members of your club? Or said another way, do you support membership recruitment based on the specific needs of the club and the community? We did start some of this discussion in the previous segment there. So then, Wendy, you'll advise when we'll cut off the poll, please. Thanks.
So can we have some interaction while the poll is going in the background? Because I'm interested to hear from the other panelists why they think we have such inertia among our clubs and aging. Because I have the experience, a lot of clubs have aging members, and they bemoan the fact that the younger members aren't coming. And I can hear from the chat already why people don't think that the new members will stay, and they hear that clubs get boring. But we were once the young, vibrant Lions who started the movement. So why are we allowing new members to die? Or why have we allowed our club to reach such toxic levels that we're killing off new Lions or new Leos for that matter? So I'm willing to engage and hear some other conversation on this matter while the polls go.
Well, I would chime in. You said the issue of transitioning, knowing when to let go. I think that is the key thing, and understanding that things have changed. So that the way you did things 10 years ago may not be relevant. Even if you look at COVID now, even the way we did things 4 years ago, when I was district governor, a lot of them are irrelevant now. They were relevant then, but they're irrelevant now. Then Wendy, I'm just checking. Go ahead, and Carlisle.
But the hem of that stems that we are a service organization, we volunteer. You can't discipline people to say, let go and move and go and behave yourself. So, with that degree of discipline or discipline mechanism not being held or having checked, all the members can come and create a fuss and throw down nose at a meeting and stamp out and embarrass us. And yet we sit there and do nothing. Maybe by trying to be polite to say, oh, that doesn't happen. But how many times it has happened when all the members believe that their way is the only way, and no new young blood can come and say otherwise to them?
Lion, the poll is out.
Yes.
Poll results are out.
Okay, I'm seeing it. So we have 90% of the persons attending this session believes that we needed to develop a member profile which target members specifically to the needs of our community and the club. So that is an overwhelming agreement. But I think what would be the critical thing is now for us would be, we just spoke a lot about diversity. So how do we do a member profile now that is able to capture the diversity without necessarily, what are some of the key things we want to look at in that profile to ensure that we capture diversity, that we capture the different skills that we want, yet still maintain a certain standard? So I don't know who would want to take that first. Then Natasha.
Oh, you're volunteering me? Okay. Yes, well, I agree with the most of the persons that a membership profile is definitely something that we need to look at. But before we even start looking at that, I think the club itself needs to go and look at itself and see what is it that our community needs, what is it that we want to do for our community and come up with a strategic plan for the club as a whole. And then once you have that plan, then you'll know what kind of resources you need and what kind of people you need, and then you can build a proper profile. And in terms of, well, I truly believe in diversity, and that you should have different types of members within your club. It just makes for a better experience. You meet new people, you understand things and differently, and you get a lot of new ideas coming into your club. So I would suggest to clubs that when they do the profile, they don't look at themselves as they are now, but look at where they want to be, look towards the future, and determine the profile based on that. I mean, if you feel you need younger members, and just this thing about younger members, I think it was PID Lion Tom yesterday who said, younger is relative, because if you, to use Lion Carlisle's term, which I don't think I am, a silver fox or whatever, a gray fox.
You have time to run long.
But to use his term, you don't need to, if you feel you're a gray fox of, let's say your club's average age is 70, you don't necessarily have to go looking for people who are 20. You can look for people who are, say, 50 and bring them in, and then they will look for people a little younger, and it goes on like that. And then eventually you have younger members coming into your club, but you have them in groups, so everybody has, it feels comfortable because they have people of similar types in the club.
Let me ask you, Anil, as a young person, I know that they talk about the millennials. I'm not too sure exactly. I think you're younger than the millennials. I think you're generation X or Y or something like that. What do you think, what do you view of a Lions Club actually having a profile that you must fit? Do you think that is good, that is bad, that is snobbish? What is your view on that?
Well, so having a profile, I think it's good, because as the Lions, you would know what you want, you would know what you expect from your members, and having the profile will guide. It should be like as a guide to your approach into recruiting members. It shouldn't. I don't think it should be it should change, because the community in which you service changes after a period.
Okay.
So the way in which Lions at that time would have set the profile would have needed the resources or the persons for that time frame. Now, as the community is changing, you would need members that can change with the community and meet the needs at that time, because the things that you would have had done before the COVID, now that we are in COVID, you would need members that not just can operate a device, but knows how to have online events that you can have. So if you have Lions who, would have had a profile, I think the profile needs to be updated every so often to facilitate members, and not just to keep them within a box, but should there to facilitate their growth and development, also of the club and the community in which they service.
Okay, thank you for that intervention. Anybody else wants to say anything? I'm watching the time running away with us.
Yeah, well, I'm a little surprised at the poll, actually. I thought it would have been probably a closer split in the 50-50 direction. I guess as a scientist for me, I somehow like natural selection versus profiling. And I think it's always that wild card that brings the additive newness and flavor to the pot. How many of us in the clubs have brought members in, and where you have top ranking people, be it their dentists and lawyers and so on, and we expect so much. And then some other low line just slip in and shines out everybody and just takes the membership spot and take over. It's that wildness and that freshness that you can't control that makes it different. So where it might be nice on paper to say, I want 4 doctors, 3 dentists, 2 carpenters, and so on, just having a wide mix allows newness and the genetic code to change. And that's what keeps us alive. If we keep the same genes, we can get eaten by the tiger every time. So you need to have some to fight off. So I am not a fan of profiling, but I think, as you know, the others have said, you need to know the community need to have that need assessment. And you invite people as the needs change, and you can invite around, but still leave it open to chance, because that wild card, that untamed Leo or lion joining the pack will bring excitement, will bring new ideas. And as long as the platinum blondes and the gray foxes are willing to listen and make that transition, only then can we see the new dimension that we want. But we are so blocked into our old block that we don't allow for change. And that's why the cup cracks, the pot breaks open, because when the newness hits it, we can't deal with it. And they say, oh, we want new members. Well, you weren't prepared for new members. You did nothing to adjust for new members. So you cannot tolerate new members in. Or they don't know anything. That can't be right. They don't know. Did you teach them? Did you orientate them properly? Did you give them a chance to grow to show you what they mean? Because I challenge you don't mean I disagree with you. I might be pushing you to the point where you can explain yourself better, demonstrate your leadership qualities, and grow. That's the point of being an antagonist, to promote change. And we need a little bit more than that, not to stifle, but to encourage the change engine to run.
Okay,
So,
I like those points. The point about the wild card, I think the truth is many of our clubs do not know how to handle wild card and certain types of skills, certain skill sets. Like those who are very artsy. A lot of them, they don't have a lot of structure. So they may have an idea, but they cannot run with the idea. And I think because they can't operate in a certain sphere, a lot of the lions ignore them. So Lion, I see your comments in there, so I invite you to make a comment now. And then after Lion, we'll go to the next poll and read some of the chat comments while the poll is running. Lion Leroy?
Yes, Lion, while I agree with Dr. Carlisle, I must say that there are some clubs, however, with the platinum, as he put it, members that do not have the fallouts. The club is still vibrant and the members are still active, and we don't have the retention problem as such. So I just wanted to point that out.
But what about growth? Retention is one aspect, but growth, because having the same all five projects every 5 times, it means nothing, because then the quality service will come in and you go down to 4.
Yeah,
and then you remain 4 still. And then you go down to 3, then you go down to 2, and then you're no longer a club. So you still need to have that growth factor. You must put some fertilizer in that mix.
Right. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm just showing that, they're these old fogies, as you call the platinum members, that are not the ones that are leaving the clubs, and they're still vibrant. There are a few clubs out there that are still very vibrant with those members, and they're adding.
Okay.
I'm just being antagonistic, don't worry.
If you want the discussion, because we really have to have healthy discussions on these issues. So what I'm going to do, I recognize that there's some questions in the chat and there are some comments, but to kind of speed up the process, I'll have the poll running in the interim and I'll read the chat. I understand that there's a hand raised for a question. So, Lan Wendy, can you put up the poll? And I'm not seeing whose hand is raised. So,
Lan Gloria Kingston.
Okay, so while the poll is running, I'll invite Lan Gloria to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you. The meeting has already started. I'm Lion Gloria Kingston from District 63, Antilles and French Guyana. I do agree that what I have heard, and I would just like to say that we should bring in regularly new members into our club to prevent this age gap. The point is that we wait too long to bring in new members. So when we do bring in new members, we have this problem with the age gap. And here, I was very happy to hear this new word, platinum members, but here we call them dinosaurs who are there. And yes, because of this age gap, whatever the young members propose, they are always against, and they always say that in my time, we didn't do it like that. So we have to be careful and bring in new members regularly. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lion Gloria, Teacher Gloria, and thank you for visiting. We have the poll running. Just one comment before I read some of the comments in the chat. Now we have to find endearing terms for the different generations. So some say silver fox, some say platinum. We don't want to say dinosaurs or old fogies. So I think all of that is part of the mutual respect for the different generations. So it's a little boy or girl or that little boy or girl. So just to read some of the questions, some of the comments in the chat while the poll is running. We have Michael Havlin. As a teacher lion, I can say that while teaching sexy content, I have to be cognizant of the students' attention span in this age of technology. Even middle-aged lions are finding long meetings too much of a trial on their time. Members and their guests are not enticed back to our lions den after such durations. Then we have Lion Lindell Smith echoing a sentiment, I think, of Lion Leroy. There are many clubs where the older members are still more active than the younger members, and I don't think it is so much the things, the projects which are being done, which affect the attitude of the younger members, but rather the way they are being done. The Leo Lion this morning pointed out that the Generation X have more direct, and in my view, simply impatient approach to doing things, while the many older members want to play it safe and use what they think are old, tried and tested approaches. There is where I think the older members have to move more towards the younger members. I'm looking for other comments.
Nadine?
Yes, Shifani.
We had a question in the Q&A, which I think is also really important as it goes into what you just read and our discussion. It is from Lion Alan Alexander. And he said, good morning, panelists. I am Lion Alan Alexander, Region 2 Chairperson, Subdistrict 60B. I believe for our clubs to develop, our lions need to develop themselves. Do you believe that the lack of development by lions members in the aspect of lionism is a primary contributor to a club stagnation in the levels of their service? So I thought this one was one to talk about, I think.
Okay, because actually when I did my report at the council meeting, that was one of the recommendations I had, that individual lions also must develop themselves in and out of lions. While I'm not knocking lions training, I think it's useful, but I think there needs to be a wider skill set or a wider pool of resources that we access to build the capacity of members. And while we have many lion trainers, I think we also need to invite a lot more outside trainers to assist us to get these, to keep us relevant. So I don't know if any other panelist wants to make a comment. And then when you can take the poll down when you think it has run sufficiently. Leo Annal, I know you have a lot of, you're doing some present studies now. What would be your take on self-development as a lion?
I think it's important because so far we have been talking about development of the club itself and the members, but when it comes to development of the individual, my question is, are the lions willing to not just learn from each other, but are they willing to learn from someone younger than themselves? Are their mindset, because there are some persons who feel, think, or believe that, Leos or younger lions, can't really reach them or maybe tell them anything different. So my question is, are the lions willing to, not just accept the younger members, but accept the teachings or learn something different or new from the younger ones that are coming up?
Would you have any ideas, like what things the younger persons could perhaps share with the older lions or the more seasoned lions, more experienced lions?
Well, for one, the use of technology in this time, or the use of maybe having a meeting that is more geared to more entertaining and even shorter in a span, because like was mentioned earlier, I think that yes, the younger generation have a short attention span, and once you lose that attention span after a period of time, then you would be talking, and nothing will be getting through. So the thing is, I mean, I teach children, and when you're teaching, you have to have different things in between to keep their attention, keep their spirits up and going. So I think it's the same kind of things that you want to introduce into the Lions Club. I mean, that should be that should be the first thing. I mean, also the Lions have a tendency also to believe that this is how we used to do things, and if we were to change it, then that would be the end of the world, or maybe Armageddon might come. But I think if we have an open mind to change, then change will happen. So that's
Okay. Leo, I hear you. And I had sat in your place in 1983, you know, as a fresh Leo then, and I was moving everything inside. 2021 now, I am close to the silver fox and gray fox line. I'm just practicing. But, you know, the same points have been raised. That we need the respect from Lions. We need the Lions to do this and that. So having walked the full 100 meters, I'm not at the point looking at saying, well, I'm now at the point, why is Leo asking for help? And I say that to say this, the generation gaps will not change. People will come in a different cliques and want different things. So looking for the Lions to change will not make you happy, because in a couple of years when you're now a Lion, you're gonna look back and say to Leos, but you can do this, you can do that. The need to change has to come from within. And the Leos need to up the game and make this stance in the club vibrant. Every Leo club should be outperforming every Lions club, because you're young, you're new, you're hot, you're fresh, you have energy that we should not have now at our old age. So you should be doing all these things. So you should be doing all these things. But
Lion
also,
disagreeing or agreeing?
Lion Leroy?
I'm
But also
thinking
the point
that like Nadine, I'm thinking that I'm in the old group. I agree with Leo, because I'm in the old group, but I am still hip on technology to a certain extent because I align myself with the younger members in the club. And so when I don't know, I ask them and they say, oh, I'm going to teach you. And that makes me feel good. So I'm a little bit further with the technology now.
But that's the point I want to stretch. So I think the structure in Lionism has changed to the point where we actually now have a solution. I personally think, and I would say it's my personal opinion, that we need to restructure the Leos and the Lions movement to change this default excuse repetition cycle that we have. I think that the Alpha Leo Club should be that. The Alpha Leo Club and be sponsored by the Lions Club. And since they have the younger mind, they can be nurtured like little children. Take the Omega group and cancel that. Make that truly the Leo Lion. Hold on, Nadine, hold on. Make that group truly the Leo Lion Club. So now you have your own club, you have your own responsibility, you have your own foot. You don't have nobody to be your parent beating you down. And then have the Lions Club up there. So you now have 3 generation stretches. So you move quickly from Alpha, Leo Lion, Lion. And that way you grow, grow, grow. You can't be babysat, and you can't see you treat the Leos like children, because the Leos have big 32-year-old people with children and so on already, yet the Lions want to treat them like little children. It can't happen because they themselves are parents and that responsibilities. So do the structure, the Alpha Leo Club, the Leo Lion, and the Lions, and we just promote up that grid. And as we keep and we teach one to go to the other level, to go to the other level, and up. That way we can't have persons looking down on you and you looking up thinking you can't get up the hill because you're being pushed down the hill. So we establish these 3 captures or 3 trenches and let the Leo movement move in this progression. Your membership will increase because you have a progression, you have a succession plan, and you have the skill set above to train from bottom all the way up. So if we make that structure work, then our solution is had. But we have the structure. The silver foxes and the platinum blondes don't know about Leo Lions, so they can't help them. You know, the Leo Lions don't need to be chartered like a Leo club. They can stand on their own, provided they have at least 10 Leos who are former Leos. So that's where we need to move.
Okay, Lion Carl, I see you're very passionate about it. We have, the poll has been closed. That's a short poll. So, Lion, when can you share the poll results? Okay. So half of the clubs basically say they would need support to develop the member profile. So that is some work for the GMT chairs for next year for them to work, assist those clubs who think they really need help to do a proper member profile. So we closed that poll and we have other discussions still to go. I'll take up some of Lion Carlisle's point while we run the other poll. The other poll has to do with finances. And I will ask everybody to put up the poll, but I will read some of the comments in the chat as well as we go forward. So Lion, when you could go ahead and put up the next poll. So we have past council chair with respect to the issue of change, past council chair Rudy Augustine saying that we have agreed that the community is not changing, the need is still there. That's why Melvin Jones started this organization 104 years ago. There was also need in the community at the time. Lion's commitment is different than before because of the economy, etc. So I think what he's trying to say there is that there will all the needs of the community are already changing. However, the circumstances in which the Lions operate are problematic, which is what he's dealing with finances here. So you have the poll question up, members. Please choose one of the following options. I understand there's a hand raised as well. I keep missing it. I'm not too sure it is, Lion Wendy. Can you advise whose hand is raised?
Leonichelle.
Okay, Leonichelle, can you go ahead, unmute your mic?
Hello, good afternoon, panelists. I am Neil Michelle, as mentioned, and also the Leo president for the district and my club. I just want to make a few comments that was maybe before you had jumped on to the next topic with regard to membership retention and also with what Lion Carsley mentioned as well. In regards to, yes, I agree with you guys in regards to obtaining new membership, but also you can look at also the Omegas where would be familiar. I believe that encouraging Lions to nurture the Leo Omegas to transition into the Lions Club in a more productive manner. Many Leos sometimes feel discouraged after doing the Leo organization that they do not want to participate in the Lions Club due to treatment and so forth, and the non-support that they received from their Lions. Sometimes Leo clubs are left by themselves to manage everything in regards to learning, and sometimes their advisors may not be aware of how to proceed or is not very active participants in making sure that the Leo club grows. And I feel like I know a lot of attention is to bring in new members, but we should also focus our attention in also retaining our Leos to grow, seeing that they will be already familiar with the structure, familiar with the foundation and the goals that the Lions have. Why not continue to try and create an environment that is friendly for both parties in regards to making sure that that retention and transition goes on? It's nice to have diversity and whatnot, but when we can't even find solutions in the organization to make sure transition is smoothly, where you can have the influx and networking with our Leos, that can create more retention and more growth. Because again, while you move in the Leos, Omegas to the Lions, we are still young and interactive between both groups. I can say for my example, I am 27 years old and I'm still interacting with teens and whatnot. That can still not bring generation for the Leos, as well as even increase the Lions, as my presence and networking in that generation is very vast and could create the desired diversity you guys want. Also too, with the comment that Lion Carsley, my apologies if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, I do not agree with just having Leo Alpha and then a Leo Lion and then Lions. I do believe that there is that there's benefits to having the Leo Omegas. For example, I did not join the Leo Alphas, but I was able to join the Leo Omegas. This also gave me the opportunity to see and learn about the organization through that path before jumping into Leo Lion. So it gives me that opportunity to be able to speak with other Leos, have some mentorships with other Lions, because I became a part of the Leo Omega. Because not always the alphas attract the teenagers, because sometimes as teenagers we have other expectations of us during school, and sometimes we cannot always dedicate our time as alphas, but as omegas, our opportunity is more flexible, and also it helps us first before jumping into that whole responsibility as lions, Leo lions, because you get that, how you say, you get to be able to walk first before, running and jumping, and it gives you that opportunity to learn and explore that particular area before jumping into such a vast responsibility. I feel like omegas, do not discredit us. We are a great way to start off. And even though, just to mention, we can still become Leo lions after, because it is within a certain age range before we choose to become lions, and we can still even have the lion's title. I feel like we shouldn't just dismantle and dismiss omegas. I don't think so. I think the structure works with the transitioning period. It gives us some time. And I feel like we should be more creating workshops to support one another, and then instead of just exiting one group thinking that it doesn't work, instead of understanding, I feel like more service should be given and more areas should be understanding, more dialogue needs to have between the two groups, because I think there needs to be a common ground of understanding before you just say dismantle the omega, we don't need it. I do not think we should go that route. And that's the comments I would like to have made. And that's my insight on how we should go forward as an organization. I believe that should be our stepping stone, understanding one another. I feel like there's a misunderstanding, and we should be able to have that talk. And if you ask the Leos, really and truly alphas and omegas, I think that's the way to move forward. I think we need to heal and create workshops that we all have a similar ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonie Shell, for that very spirited contribution. We know you have different ways of looking at the topic, so that is the importance and the relevance of the discussion. I think I have to beg Lion Gerard for a few extra minutes for my panel, if you would allow, or if the participants also want to continue. Lion Wendy has closed the poll.
Lion Nadine?
Go ahead, Lion Shafani.
Yes. I'm really glad with the contribution of Leonie Shell. I was still thinking when Lion Carlisle, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, but I was still thinking, okay, just getting out the Omega program, because I was also Omega Leo, now a Leo Lion. And of course, I do think that the aim or the goal of the Omega program is different than the goal of a Leo Lion program. And of course, the Leo Lion program is built that the Leos or those people, those individuals can be Leos and Lions at the same time. So they can join two clubs at the same time. I do think that we need to put in more effort, because the thing about having the Omega Leos or the Omega Leo program not being included anymore, because we looked at it as if the Lions were looking down at the Omega Leos, or they were more treated as children. I think we just need to focus on the problem or the challenge. Let's not call it a problem, the challenge. We should look into why is that happening? Is there a specific expectations from the Lions and expectations from the Leos? Is there a gap in that? Because I don't think that we should make the Omega Leos independent, because me myself, I just turned 30 this year, and as an Omega Leo, I wouldn't be able to be a lion with all the responsibilities of a lion when I was an Omega Leo. That's why I took the step to become a lion when I was ready financially also, because even though we have Omega Leos, they can be independent, but we should be mindful of that these are still students. We are still young people trying to build a career. We don't have that much finances yet to join the organization in that capacity. That's why we joined the program, and the program is aimed to nurture us and build professionalism. And after, if the nurturing is done well, I think the Omega Leos will choose to become Lions, maybe go in the Leo Lion transition, or just go into Lionism if they're older. And that's the transition we would be looking at. We need to look at having a meaningful relationship within the Leos and the Lions on all levels, so the transition goes smoothly. And I think that the one thing we need to focus on in regards to that is focus on the Leo advisors because they are the liaisons of the Lions Club within the Leo Club. And I think these individuals chosen as Leo Lions should be chosen wisely.
Okay,
Thank you.
Leo
If I may,
Anel.
Linda, I just have two points before we go. That's exactly why I'm the antagonist here. It promotes discussion. I've been in this movement going almost 37 years now. And unfortunately, all the Leo complaints I've heard now, I have echoed myself. 37 years for your future, 37 years of my past. So we have not grown. So the conversation remains spinning in the mud. So trying being an antagonist now promotes a different direction to give a chance to take the discussion down. For the first time now, we have the Leo Lion concept. Most of you now need to go and read up the Leo Lion concept and understand it a bit better now to come back to the conversation, because that's the whole point of being an antagonist, to throw the scratch out there so you can bite upon it. The Leo Lion facilitates older Leos, so you're not being abandoned, you're not being thrown into the end. You have Leos who now have become too old or going towards the age limit for Leo for the Omega Club. They're the ones who are not providing the bridging and the experience and the guidance that you need. It's not a Lions Club, it's a separate entity. So the dues and so on are going to be different. The responsibilities are different. And since it's of equally minded people, it allows you the facility to grow now at the rate that you can grow at, not being thrown into Lionism. So it provides the bridge. So you can now read up more on the Leo Lion movement, see how it can fit into your schedule now, and then use it as a growing platform. But at least now we have a discussion point or a second avenue we can now open. But 37 years later, for me as a Lion now, to hear Leos who are now born and now come with the same questions, the same cries, the same anguish that I had then, it makes me feel sad because 37 years have gone by and we didn't grow. Is that what Lionism is all about? Because surely then that's a death sentence. So we gotta find some way to make this different. I will be here in another 37 years as a Lion, but I don't want to hear the same conversation. So we need to change this. So let's get the change moving. Bring solutions to the plate. Bring solutions. That's what we want to hear. Some will fail, some will work, some will spark a new reaction that will make something else. But bring solutions. Don't come complaining. Solutions needed now. We heard complaints. I can give it 37 years of complaints. So let's change.
Lion Carlisle, thank you very much for that.
Can I just add something, Lion Nadine, because I think there is a misinterpretation of what the Leo Lion is. A Leo Lion is not specifically a Leo Lion club. So if any Leo, like if Leo Anel would now want to join his sponsoring club, he can opt in to be a Leo Lion in that sponsoring regular Lions Club. You can form a Leo Lion club, but Leos could also opt in to join a regular Lion and have the status of a Leo Lion. So just building in Leo Lions clubs won't really help if we're looking at this discussion, because we have Leo Lions now in regular clubs, and we still have that relationship where Leos and Lions or young people coming in still don't have that good relationship from within. I don't think we have really nurtured the situation, because the Leo Lion is not a separate entity. It is just Leos going into a Lions Club and having a membership type named Leo Lions, like you have student members, members at large, and stuff like that. So we need to go into the source of what we're talking about, and that is the relationship between not only Leos, but also when younger Lions come in, what is that relationship like within Lionism?
Okay, so just give me a second. I want to get you Anel's take on it because he's a current Leo. Just for the information of the guests, well, all the Lions there. On this panel, there are 4 persons who were involved in the Leo program. Myself, Lion Carlisle, Lion Shefani, and we have you, Anel, who is still Leo. So I agree with Lion Carlisle. We have a lot of these discussions with the Leos from since I was a Leo, not as long as 37 years ago, Lion Carlisle, for me. But let me hear Leo Anel on it. I'm just letting the participants know that we got permission from Nigeria to go a few extra minutes, but I'm going to ask panelists now and persons who have questions that they're very concise with their contributions. We want to give you all lunch today. So we don't want to go too far beyond the time already. So Leo Anna, this is a very spirited discussion, and I know that you as a current Leonie panel, you must have some view.
Oh, well, yeah, I agree, but I want to look to a solution to a part of the solution to the problem, because if we keep talking about the issue, it will just be
Exactly.
spinning mud. It will just keep going around, around, around. So a solution to the issue is Lions could be part of the Leo meeting, and both can do projects together. They can do fundraisers and so forth. Lions could be involved in the Leos Club. Leos can do presentations or so in be included in the Lions. Lions could show the Leos exactly how things are supposed to be done. I don't think that we should by separating Omegas and Leos and Leo Lion. I think if by separating them, that is where we create the generation gap. But if we bring them together, Lions, Leo Lion, Omega, and Alphas, if we bring them together, we don't just mend the generation gap, but we mend we fix the issue across the board. So we have everybody on the same page, knowing what needs to be done. We have different approaches, we have different views, different perspectives, different opinions, and then we can move on to the same goal, because we're going to the same position, we're going to the same place, but we may take a different route to get to the same place. So that's just my.
Okay, I will just actually the next set of questions were on Leos. We kind of jumped the gun. So I will just ask Lion Wendy to put up the results of the last poll, and then if there are any wrap-up issues with the Leos, we could discuss it very quickly. Lion Wendy. So we have actually almost a split again. I'm not too sure of the maths here. 47 and 55. Right, it should be 47 and 53%. Okay, that means persons may have voted more than once. Should we make membership more affordable to persons? 47% said yes. Or should we take in members that can afford the current cost associated with membership? 55% said that's what we should do. So 47% of the members think that we should make the organization more affordable, and 55%, the math's a little off there, 55% said that we should make the membership, we should choose members who can afford the price of membership. Any feedback on that? And I'd also like to link that to the Leo discussion as well, to with Leo's joining the organization. And so any comment? Natasha is a banker, so let me ask Natasha what she thinks of.
Well, first of all, I do not agree that we should take in persons who cannot afford to be Lions. Part of your responsibility as a Lion is to pay your dues, and trying to sugarcoat it and tell people, oh, dues are not that important, it's about serving and all that, it's not helpful to them, because they have to pay their dues. So I don't agree. I don't agree that you should make it more affordable. I think that as it is now, clubs are struggling to meet all their costs, all their dues to international and to the district and whatever other costs they have. But I think that there are ways in which we could still bring people in and reduce costs somewhat. For instance, some Lions may not be really, some Lions are very sociable. They want to meet, and they want to eat, and they want to drink, and they want to talk for hours. While some just want to come, they want to have the meeting, they want to know what's going on, and then they want to leave. They don't necessarily need to eat and drink. So maybe deciding that you don't have to pay for all of those things all the time, that can reduce some Lions costs. And certain things, like for instance, having a grand dinner for your anniversary, some Lions may not be able to afford it. So maybe making it partly physical, partly virtual, so that Lions can view it and not necessarily have to pay for the dinner would also help with costs. But I think your basic dues you need to pay. The other thing I wanted to say was that in terms of oh gosh, I think I lost my point there. Let someone go on, and I'll when I remember, I'll speak again.
All right. Let me ask you, Anil, again, as a young person, what is your view on that? If you were to join a Lions Club, because you're 24, so you can join a Lions Club if you want. What is your view on that?
Yeah, what is my view on the paying of the dues?
No,
Or
if you think we should make the Lions
The
Club more
cost,
affordable,
the cost should be.
cost should be. I
or
think
if you can't afford, don't join.
a little bit of the both, you know, because I mean, to be a member of the Lions Club itself, it's a very distinguished club. It's something that is known, you know, around the world for its service, for its, you know, part in being a change agent. So if you as an individual, and I don't mean to be harsh, but if you as an individual want to be part of something at this great movement, then there are also things that are required of you. And paying dues is one of them. I mean, paying dues is one of them. And yes, sometimes we fall on hard times, and yes, sometimes we may, you know, back down a little bit or may have a situation, but that should not, you know, deter you from being an active member. And I think paying dues, but I think also cutting of the costs, because sometimes, yes, sometimes, you know, lions are, especially young lions like myself, if I choose to become a lion, I also have other commitments. So in me being able to pay the full amount as you older lions that will be there, I think in terms of that, something should be done there to cut the cost, or maybe have a review of it so that there's a smooth flow and transitioning in terms of the paying of the dues, but there is something that is done to accommodate those that are coming on to the club.
So I think what I'm hearing from the discussion is that
I
there are costs
remember.
attached. Natasha, you remember? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, actually, what I was going to, my point was going to be that a lot of times we don't give prospective members the whole view of what the costs are going to be like. And so sometimes they think that, okay, I just have to pay the dues and that's it. But you don't give them information like you may have to pay for tail twisting, you have to pay for snacks, you may have to put in your money every once in a while and help with projects. So what our club does, and I know a few clubs do it as well, is have a breakdown of what the costs are associated, what like the annual costs of being a lion is, so that when a prospective comes in, they can look at that and they can decide for themselves, you know, can I really afford this? That's what I was that's the other point I was gonna make.
All right, so I'm hearing that people have to be able to afford it, but there's a need for us to review our operations to see where we could be more efficient and not wasteful. So because of the time, I'm going to go on to the other two poll questions. We did have some discussions around it, but we'll still run them. This is to do in the use. So if there's any additional points, not the same point, any additional points that need to be raised, we can discuss it quickly. So Wendy, can you run the two polls and just run them one after the other, please?
Lion Nadine, as we're going through the polls, I did want to discuss something about the financials.
Yeah, go ahead.
In regards to bringing in younger members, Lions Club International has the different membership types as the Leo Lion membership, the student members, and these on international levels have a waiver of fees. Like for example, if you add a Leo Lion to your club, that Leo Lion wouldn't pay the $35 for joining Lionism, and also they pay half, 50% of the annual dues for international. And it's also the same for student members. So if you would have younger Lions joining who are still in school, you could also opt in for that specific membership type. Of course, I think within multiple District 60, we don't use those membership opportunities as much as we can to really gap those to really look at that gap for financials for younger members. So I do think that that's something to look at. And in regards to bringing that those opportunities also on a district level, I know we had discussions within the MD, but also within the districts about looking at aligning the district dues in regards to the specific membership types. And I think that is something we still need to look into and then for the next years, so that if we bring in student members and also Leo Lion members, that not only on the international level, the dues will be 50%, but maybe also on district levels, Maybe not 50%, but maybe 75%. I don't know, but it is something to look at.
Okay, thanks for those very specific recommendations with respect to incorporating the LEOs into the transition into Lions and using the different membership options. And I think that is something we never really discussed properly, using the different membership options. I see the poll is still running. Do we think we should increase the number of Leo clubs? Then Wendy, what number are we at now?
94 persons. Okay, some persons just jumped on.
Okay. But I will have some discussion around it in the meantime, even though the poll is running. I'll ask the panelists. Let me ask you, Anil, first. What does he think? Do you think we should increase the number of Leo clubs?
Yes, that's a big yes for me. I mean, I am the current region, Leo associate for my region, right? And when I heard the amount of Leo clubs and Lion clubs in my little small island, I was amazed because there are more lions than Leos, and whereas the Leos, the Lions do a really good job and play an important role. I think the Leos also do a job in meeting the needs of the younger persons in the community, actually doing things that, might get other young persons involved and encouraged and entertained, and meeting, their peers. I mean, if I am doing something and my peer who is not a Leo sees that and he sees how excited I am and how entertained I am, he's going to want to join. So I think it is very important that Lions sponsor Leo clubs, and not just sponsor, but sponsor and create the Leo clubs that make a difference, be a change agent, because the acronym Leo means leadership, experience, and opportunities. And if you as a Lion club and you don't create a Leo club, or you don't create a place where young persons can get to, really put forth their experience and get the opportunity and be, leaders, then the state of the Lions Club, because these are the people that you are preparing to take over the Lion Club, right? These are the people that you're preparing to be, the next Lions, the district governors, region chairs. These are the persons that you want to encourage. And if you're in a place or in an area and there's, the Leo club is stagnant or nearly dead, then how really is the future of the Lions looking?
Okay. All right, let me ask a Lion Leroy. What do you think? Should we increase the number of Lions Leo clubs, or should we just concentrate on the ones that we have and put greater efforts into them? What you would say?
Yes, Lady, I think we should increase the amount of Leo clubs that we have. I just want to go back to a point before I say anything else on Lion Shephanie with the membership options, and to share that Lion District 60B has we did a motion and it was confirmed, looking at the student fees in relation to the campus clubs as in alignment with the LCI policy. So we have started work on that. It has been confirmed and passed. So we have started some work there. And I agree with Lion Shafani that we need to look into the membership options. But yes, the Leo clubs should be increased, because when we have the Leos moving from Amigo Leos to Lions, then we still need to have the continuation of the clubs. So we need to increase. Yes, I would say yes.
Okay, Lion Wendy, can you put up the results of the poll? One of the comments I would make to that though, if we add like Leo clubs, do we have sufficient Lions clubs who can provide the required support and attention to ensure that these Leo clubs really develop into some Leo clubs and Leo members in particular actually develop into the kind of individual that we want them to develop into? That would be a challenge, I think, for the multiple districts. Lion Wendy.
And then once you have the sponsors, the advisors, once you have the Leo advisors working diligently and assiduously with the Leo clubs, then you shouldn't really have a problem there, I think.
Okay, I would be interested to hear Leo Shafani's view, but before I hear it, I'm just going to say that 15% of the members who voted said no, we should not increase the number of Leo clubs, but 60% said yes, and maybe 26%. So I think there's still the feeling that the Leo club needs to be more Leo clubs, and we need to spend some more time on them. Shafani, and Wendy, can you run the next poll quickly, please? Shafani, you have any view?
Well, of course, I myself came from Leoism. I'm still Leo Lion. So I do think that increasing the Leo clubs is good. But of course, as Lion Leroy said, we need to nurture our Leos. So if we're not able to do that, I wouldn't say do it. So some clubs, I know some Lions club, and I don't want to say anything to someone, but some clubs just for the status, they just charter a Leo club, and that is not the way to go. So if you're thinking of chartering a Leo club, be mindful of that you need lions within your clubs that are ready to contribute to the development of young people.
And the next poll is running now. But I'm just reading one or two of the comments on the chat. Increase Leo clubs. Yes, we should, because it helps to develop our youth and the community to grow to a lion, and that we will have better lion members join the Lions Club in time to come. Back at all the wonderful PDG who will want Leos.
Okay, you have
Pardon?
I'm just saying that I'm not bashing anyone, but at some point in time when you check international, the Leo advisors have not really synced up, any things on the Leo clubs that they would have, they are the sponsors, the advisors too. So we really need to work with Leo sponsors, really need to work with the Leo clubs.
I think so too. Having been a Leo myself, I think one of the key success factors of the Leo program I was in at the point in time and my development was we really had Leo advisors who were really in tune and interested and understood the members of the Leo club and what was required for them to develop. Because I'll be honest, when I first became a Leo, I was new to the organization entirely. And I actually asked the Leo advisors to ban some of the lands from coming to the meeting because they were very disruptive, they were very critical, and I said they were making me, I was underperforming with their presence. So they did take me on when the Leo advisors came. And then after, things went very smoothly. Okay, Lion Wendy, I think you should close the poll so that we can, even though I know not many members may have voted, we get to get a sense. I have a comment from Kathy Nichols, who said we already struggle to maintain the few existing new clubs with regards to membership and interest. In my opinion, to further nurture the clubs we do have, better before challenging ourselves to increase the number of new clubs and then finding them wasting away. It's not just about numbers, it's about engaging quality and committed young persons to Leo Lionism. Lion Wendy, can you put the results of the poll up, please? Okay, so this is kind of a mixed spot. Do we think the land stuff are attractive? So the majority of persons, which is 45%, but the majority, the highest figure was few clubs are attractive, several clubs are attractive. No, not at all 11%, which is a kind of interesting spread based on the discussions that we are having. So I think what we have here is really a mixed bag. So based on the conversation we were having on diversity and so earlier, I think what this points to is that a lot of clubs need to look at themselves in terms of how attractive they are to younger persons coming in. I'm going to ask for the last question. Leroy?
No. I said, and the community.
Yeah, okay, and the community. And our final poll question, Lion Wendy, I should put it up now. COVID-19 has been a challenge or an opportunity or something that we have all had to deal with. So we want to get an idea now from our membership here, if they thought the COVID-19 experience has made their Lion experience better, worse, or it has remained the same. So I will invite the poll to run. That's our last poll. And I will invite the panelists now to just give some brief remarks in terms of how they figure what COVID-19 meant for the organization. So then, Carlisle, you want to start with that? And Carlisle, you're not hearing you if you're speaking.
Sorry, just let me get the poll out of the way. I actually see COVID-19 as a blessing. I really was of the belief that Lionism was dying, really. I couldn't find the water, I couldn't find the manure just to bring it back. And then Mother Nature brought it all, natural. You know, COVID took us back to our beginning and said, stop, refocus, look at what you're doing. Look at how many Leos have jumped out. Look at how many new Lions have come back. How many clubs don't have almost 100% membership attending meetings, even if not right through for a couple of months. We had that in years. So this reset button was needed, and Mother Nature just knows how to balance it. So Lionism has the skill set, it has the people, it has the resources. Just we got dull, no one polished us, no one nurtured us. So we just fell away. So when we got that reset and everyone was shocked, each person now had to come out new and refreshed. And that's exactly what happened. For in our own district, 60B shone again. We were being slowly falling asleep at meetings, just nodding and not hearing the content and not doing anything. Now people actually engaged. Look at this meeting so far on a Saturday morning, over 200 participants already and going. So even if we were in full sight of seeing each other, no 200 people be at the meeting right now. You know, people walk about shopping and all of that. But we become engaged again. So it's a chance to renew Lionism out of COVID. So take the points. We will have sadness. We will lose members. We will have financial difficulties. And you know, I kept very quiet in that finances because I'm black and white. You gotta pay the dues. You can't do Lionism out of friendship. You need to put money in to get money out. Bring in new clubs. It sounds good, but who can pay? If we don't have members paying now, what's the point of having more clubs? Because they're not paying, more debt, more. International gets money every time we put a number on our account sheet, you know. So then we lose. So I kept quiet. But I think, to go back to the point, COVID has renewed us. And we now need to pick up from here with that energy. And it will take us in different roads, different directions, but at least there's growth again on the tree. Some leaves will fall off, but some will find a new route and go down that road. And that's where we need to go. Go with Mother Nature. Let her take us down the path to find a new refreshed way to grow.
Okay, so then Natasha, what do you think? Has COVID been better for you, a better membership experience for you, the same or worse?
I don't think it's been worse. I think it's been different. And I think it's really helped Lions because Lions have discovered that they're so much more that they can do. I mean, we thought we could do stuff. We thought we were great, but we found that we are really spectacular as an organization. We've been able to do so much in such a short period of time. You know, as soon as this you know, late houses, Lions still step up and we're doing projects and we're still meeting. And, you know, that's a testimony to what a great organization we are. And it's all because of us as members. There were some good things. I mean, like, for instance, sometimes I work late and I can't make it to meetings because to get home and all of that and change in time to go to meetings is very difficult. But because of COVID, I could listen to the meeting on my phone and I could talk and I could have it, you know, on Bluetooth and that sort of thing. I know for some members, the whole computers and stuff, you know, it was a challenge for them. But if you teach them how to use it, it will not only help them as in Lionism, but it will help them in other things because everything is going digital now. Movies are digital, digital. So the faster you learn, the better it is for you. I guess in retrospect, I would say it was better in some ways because I learned a lot more. It was a new experience. A new experiences are always
a new experience. Okay. We don't have
no, not always, but
yeah. But I think I would have been interested in like what were some of the things that we did better. I know the technology for sure. I'm not too sure about the projects because I know some clubs had issues with actually doing projects and fundraisers. So I know we have a hand that has been up for the longest while. I think from a visiting club from French Guyana. So I want to give them an opportunity to make their comment or ask their question. Then Wendy, can you invite the person? I'm not seeing the hands. Lan One Louis.
It's line Aline.
Oh, yes, I know Lion is lean. I think I'm not sure it's the French pronunciation. Go ahead. You're muted, Lion Lean. Lion Lean, we're not hearing her. So
Yeah,
okay,
she's not responding.
Yeah, maybe she moved away. So Lion Wendy, can you put up?
She's actually muted. The mute is actually on.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has to unmute.
Yeah. So Lion Wendy, can you put up the poll results as to what our members in the audience thought of the COVID experience? Better 49%, worse 17%, 34%. So I guess that is not too bad a result. The 49% that said it was better means that there's some resilience, I think. The same, probably they can roll whatever the punches are. And worse, well, worse 17%. If 70% of our members think that the COVID experience was worse for them, that is something we need to pay attention to. Because I'm not sure that when this COVID is going, when it leaves, or if it's leaving at all, that things will go back to what it was before. So this was the last poll question, and I know I have begged for a half hour extra from Lion Gerard, and it's 1:02 p.m. So I think, unfortunately, we have to close the discussion. It was very spirited. I have to thank the panelists for that. I know that both Lions Leroy and Lion Shafani were supposed to give some quick wrap-ups. I don't know if they are still able to do it quickly or if they think we covered sufficiently. Lion Shafani or Lion Leroy? Lion Leroy, okay, I see you're muted. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that retention is everybody's business. And so it's an ongoing process that requires constant attention, action, and commitment. Therefore, membership engagement is the key function in this area. And I want to say quickly, if you look at the club level, the action steps required involve 4 stages: cooperation of the club officers and directors, the work of the membership committee. This is, of course, structured to fit your particular club and culture, but because no one fit suits all. And this is for cohesiveness and depth to your retention and leadership. 3, the understanding, empowerment, and cooperation of all. And I say all, which gives you ownership, and a well-planned, efficiently executed annual membership development and retention program. Okay. So I looked at actions, which I want to say quickly, just to conduct an assessment and act on the results. Determine why and when members leave, which it could be 2 years, 3, 4 years, 5 years. So you want a database, generate strategies to keep them engaged and involved. And also remember that volunteers are looking for more than service, camaraderie, friendship, and a chance to network. And I had quite a few other things here, but in the interest of time, I am just saying that the leaders in the club should use all the resources available, the GAT team, the NAMI team, your guiding lines, your past council chairs, etc. And just to share a light moment with Council Chair Chabert, past Council Chair Chabert, he had given some insight into the training in development, project development and management, and to have an analysis and evaluation for some of the key elements required for retention and sustainability. And I'll stop there just to thank you and the audience and the panel, and to say thank you to Lion Nadine. Be safe and remember to keep the people in St. Vincent and Grenadines in your prayers.
Thank you, Lion Leroy. Lion Shafani.
Thank you, Lion Nadine. Just in short, because I had some notes written down in regards to recruitment, what we got from the discussion, but also what we got from earlier discussions within the Council of Governors meeting and within the district. We see that in regards to recruitment, the level of recruitment, the level of lions added every year is almost equal to the level of lions dropped every year. So that is our main problem, our main challenge. Let's take it as a challenge. So we need to look at how we're recruiting. And we spoke about targeted recruitment within based on the needs that a club or a community may have. And of course, we focused on diversity within the membership profile that we will develop. Of course, we should also focus on sustainable recruitment. And when I say that, I think that when we're recruiting new lions, that we should have like a road that they will follow ready within the club. So when they become a lion, you do the orientation, and then you have like a mentorship program, and you have specific mentors in the club that are ready to really walk with these lions, that they really understand what lionism is about. Another thing that we focused on was a multi-generational recruitment. We had a lot of discussion regarding adding young lions, recruiting Leos, utilizing the transition within from Leoism to Lionism. And I think that is something that we will have further discussions on, because it's always a hot topic. And I think that it shouldn't only stay as a hot topic to discuss, but we need to take some action steps to really have a solution for this. So I think one of the main things is to manage the expectations, as Lion Carlisle said, manage expectations, but of course, utilize our Leo Club program, especially our Omega Leo Club program, to smooth the transition. Because if we're looking at the facts that 65% of Leos said in the MD60 Leo questionnaire that they want to join Lionism. So what are we doing as Lions? What is what are the clubs doing to really encourage them to join Lionism? So I think that is something we also need to focus on. And in regards to that, focus on strengthening the role of the Leo advisors within the club. And of course, the last thing I want to indicate is also to utilize the specific membership types and membership programs that Lions Club International has. I think we're only focusing on regular members. So everyone is added as regular member, but you have specific membership types. And I think that that could also help us in recruiting members. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lion Shafani and Lion Leroy. I'd like to thank the panelists. I think they were well chosen. Lions Carlisle, Lions Natasha, and Leo Anel. We have two upcoming district governor team members. So I think we're in good hands. We saw the discussion that we had today. I think we had a nice mix of the age intergenerational. I won't go in the order that we are in age, but I think we had a good mix here. I think we're in good hands, and I would like to thank the panelists very much for their contribution. Thank the council chair for the opportunity to have this discussion, and also to thank the members who took part in our polls and so for participating. We apologize for going 38 minutes over, but I hope it was worth it for you. So have a good lunch, and we start back at 2. So Lion Gerard, back over to you. Thank you for the extra time.
Thanks for listening, all.
Thank you very much, Lion Nadine and Leo Anil and Lion Natasha, Lion Shafani. I keep pronouncing that name wrong. Sorry about that. And Lion Leroy, and of course our transitioning silver fox, Lion Carlisle. So thank you very much. I think there was a lot of lively discussion on the poll questions, and it speaks to our acceptance or perhaps non-acceptance of diversity in our organization. And that diversity could be in any form. It could be age diversity, it could be gender diversity, but diversity in all its forms. I also want to encourage us that we should also be sharing and collaborating with the knowledge and the skills from all generations to the benefit of our organization. We all have something to bring to the table. let's work on bringing it together and making it work for us. All right, so as we wrap up now, we start our next session at 2 p.m. Am I correct? Yes, at 2 p.m. If you do happen to log out of the session, you just use the same link and you will be back into the session. It will be open. We will have Lion Wendy will have a short musical interlude during that period, so you can stay on and enjoy the music. I will repeat the link to the feedback survey for the yesterday's feedback. We did thank all those who participated so far, but we do have, I think we could do with some more feedback. So I'm going to put the link again in the chat, so it's fresh for you. And again, just go on and submit your feedback so that we can benefit from these sessions. And as the organizers and the people behind the scenes, we can know which is working for you and what we can do to continuously improve on our delivery to you. So thank you once again. We will be back at 2 p.m. Do enjoy your lunch or whatever you call it at this time. It's past lunch for some people, but do enjoy it and see us, and hope to see you back at 2 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time for our final session in this Multiple District 60 Convention workshop series. Lion Wendy, over to you.
Baila chiquita. Party. Baila, baby. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, baila. Put your hands in the air and whine. Let's have a good time. Mommy, oh, but she bubble like soda. Bring it up, let it up, bubble over. Let we go out and have some fun and mash up the whole lot tongue. Now let me dance to the daylight. I'm in and dancing on you. I ain't going nowhere, me ain't going nowhere. You still my baby. Baila, baila with me. Let me baila. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, baila. We just having fun. Tell them to play this song. Everybody going to get down. We will party all over town. And we got party night and day. And we got break away. Everybody, baila, baila with me. Come on, muchachas.
Súbala, sube la casita, frente del mar donde la luna invita. Lleva la sonrisa, yo llevo la rima, hasta que nos dé la luz en la retina.
Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, baila. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, baila. I let me go down. I let me rock up. I let me get down. I let me rock up. Put your hands in the air and baila.
Muévete, muévete, mamita. Vamos a gozarnos la vida. Sube el volumen, dicen las latinas. Te llevo a Colombia, el ron y la brisa. Muévete, muévete, mamita.
I let me rock down. I let me go down.
Muévete, muévete, mamita.
Let me party, party, baby. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, mami, mami. Baila, every dance, every dance. Baila, baila, mami. Baila, baila, mami. what's going on, man?
This is hard one.
All she say she wanted was one wine from me. All she say she needed was a little bit of my time. She never expected to get so addicted to my wine. She said, "Are you gonna hurt me? Am I a statistic, a victim of your circumstances, or will I just get evicted from this loving safety? Please don't disappoint me, not this time. Give me one more wine, one more wine, one more time, one more time. Give me one more wine, one more wine, one last time, one last time." I said, oh, 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 I, oh, oh, oh. I said, oh, 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 I, oh, 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 I, oh, oh, oh. One more time, yeah, yeah. That's why, yeah, yeah. Hey, yo. All that she requested is one wine from me. All that she insisted was to have a really, really good time, yeah, yeah, but it never manifested the way that she projected in her mind. She said, "Are you gonna forget me? Is your life so hectic? Tell me you're not leaving, 'cause I can't do without it. Please don't disappoint me. Oh, I'm begging you, baby. Not this time. Give me one more wine, one more wine, one more time, one more time, one last wine, one more wine, one more time, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just 'cause she done pass that, she gotta get a wine on that. She pushing but a holding back. She gotta get a wine on that. She look good as a natural fact, yeah. She gotta get a wine on that. She whining like she on the attack. She gotta get a wine on that. Oh, can I get it like that, yeah, yeah? Yes, you can get it like that. Can I get it like that, yeah, yeah? Yes, you can get it like that. Oh, can I get it like that, yeah, yeah? Yes, you can get it like that. Can I get it like that, yeah, yeah? Yes, you can get it like that, yeah. Say she loved me from the very first time. That I come behind her and give her that sweet wine. Every day she calling me for more. Oh, I say she want it on the bed and the floor. She say one more.
You see this song? This song is to all them hungry girl them. If I only look. This is a warning. Hey, hear this. Had too many drinks, carnival night. Me and them girl almost had a fight because they watching me, man. And I can't overstand. Girl, move your ass and leg where you waist up. Find your rider out
Yet the end result for the same thing. For you are the one who I need. Who does love and care for me? A precious woman. You're my champion. So I don't want no other woman but you. It's not how you look, it's the things you do. I don't want no other woman at all. I dreamt of a good woman ever since I was small. I tried Susan, I tried Janet. I said, ouch.
Some folks took me to a party in a nice pub in the city. Sweet music playing, the people dancing. All of a sudden, a lady shout, "Where you bite, where you bite, where you bite me for Sunday? Where you bite, where you bite, where you bite me for Sunday? Your vampire, you sukuya, your bloodsucker, your Dracula. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning. 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 Miss Lady, where Sonny bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Miss Lady, where Oscar bite you? Right there, right there, right there. Ouch. 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 The couple was up in a corner, drinking apple on Pepsi Cola. She dancing, but she moving weird, weird. I feel the drinks gone up in she head. Where you bite, where you bite, where you bite me for Sunday? Where you bite, where you bite, where you bite me for Sunday? The vampire, you sukuya, your bloodsucker, your Dracula. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning. It's burning, it's burning, it's burning.
Trinidad is my destination. Baron and Zaya combination. Them hot pretty girl with inspiration, with inspiration, with inspiration. Anything they want we bring to them. Even a Baron to come sing to them.
In a party with my baby. In a party with my baby.
For the girl them, we got to create a problem. For the girl them, boom, this in your system. You can't tell, I come to fed tonight. Me money right, everything done set tonight. Look good, smell good, so fresh tonight. Cause I'm so fresh tonight. Barman's in a case of your best tonight. When that done, then me drink out the rest tonight. High grade, we above nothing less tonight. Cause I'm so blessed tonight, so blessed. Me have a woman in front and one behind, and the belt in the waist like all is mine. Take time with the wine, take time with the wine.
So baby, don't rock it so. Don't rock the thing so, baby, don't rock it so. Don't rock the thing so, baby, don't rock it so. Don't rock the thing so, baby, don't rock it so. You're feeling the tempo. Don't rock the thing so, baby, don't rock it so. Oh, yo, yo, you're driving me loco. Don't rock the thing so, baby, don't rock it so.
My girl just flow with it. Let me see you get low with it. You are proud and touch your toe with it. see the sun. Alright, the posse losing control. Bumpers them start to roll. Rhythm take over soul, cause that's how we roll. People just moving. Head gone, but we still moving. Outside the people fret, can't get inside the fete. Hate man, don't close the door. We got room for more sweet music playing. Lord, fed mad and gal gyrating. And we not going home till the morning come. And we not going home till we see the sun. Ah, yeah, yeah. My Caribbean girls, my Trinity girls, Bajan girls, woman. Picture grew up over time, and there's no girls around. Oh Lord, picture festival time, and no girls whining down. Oh, take a look by power by four, so much Bajan girls allure. Take another look down by beach, Bajan girls upon the rampage. No, check out radical, Bajan girls in the beer bacchanal. Tapered leaf, shirt lifters go away. Oh, don't want to see your face today, Lord. Oh, I need a woman by my side. Down the road, one who can make me realize. Down the road, like I should never lose my pride. Down the road, them girls are pretty and they keep me satisfied. I need a woman by my side. Down the road, one who can make me realize. Down the road, like I should never lose my pride. Down the road, them girls are pretty and they keep me satisfied. This one is for Canadian girls, New York. This one is for St. Lucia girls, Lord. Picture you down by Thames, and there's no girls like me. No girls at the Cavities, the alcohol pot. No girls down Spring Garden. No girls whining, Lord. Thank God it's not so. And girls will come around. Boy, let me see the girls from the countryside. Boom. I want to see the girls from town. Come on the stage with me, call Lord. I need a woman by my side. On the road, one who can make me realize. On the road, like I should never lose my pride. On the road, them girls are pretty and they keep me satisfied. I need a woman by my side. On the road, one who can make me realize. On the road, like I should never lose my pride. On the road, them girls are pretty and they keep me satisfied. This one is for Jamaica girls. This one is for Jamaica girls. This one is for Antigua girls, Lord. Stand ahoy, woman. Brave heart. Stand ahoy, woman. Brave heart. Stand ahoy, woman.
Na 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 na. Kill them with the now. Na 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 na. Kill them with the heads high. Kill them with the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow. Heads high. Kill them with the no. No boy ain't got no secret for your wow. Heads high. Kill them with the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow. Heads high. Kill them with the no. Tell them say Vegas say so. Me why you skin your teeth and make me see it. If you're sure from your phone say you never tweet. You wanna freak, one man you keep, and him never yet complain, say you deep. You make your bow, you no answer to yo. One a one man assembly a chow chow. Knit up your bro, make a guy know. Say him be moving blow, and sing again. make a boy know you're not blow. Heads high, kill them with the no. Make a boy know you wanna pop show, wow. Heads high, kill them with the no. Just make a boy know you're not blow. Heads high, kill them with the no. Tell them Vegas says so. Son of a 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 come here with your galley trend. Just ease up, breeze up. You know you get the now they are road again. Just ease up, breeze up. Children not get me now you want look me friend. Just ease up, breeze up. Me tell you no one till you come back again. Just ease up, breeze. Every little female where you see in a mini skirt. You want to feel, you want to touch, you want to flirt. Bout you up a crush, them you want to brush. I know what I mean, you want to sleep within the rush. Hush, oh you move so monkey, you want wash off with the towel. Move for that before you will piece of metal. If me a eat well, nobody feels well. You won't get nothing going to your wife better land. Nobody come here with your galley trend. Just ease up, breeze up. You know you just get the now they are road again. Just ease up, breeze up. Do you not get me? No, you want look me friend. Just ease up, breeze up. Me tell you no one till you come back again. Just ease up, breeze. Claim say your neighbor string cut down a girl street. I know you said like a rock and you are concrete. Boy you nothing tweet. Me you say you a freak. I know you lick. I know you nothing yummy.
Yes, I just the blessing. I just the blessing. Father God blessing. Well more blessing. I just the blessing. I just the blessing. Them can't stop me. I am blessed. I am blessed. Every day of my life I am blessed. When I wake up in the morning and I lay my head to rest. Every day of my life I am blessed. Give me now, me say me praise God. Straight. Make money. Money haters. Fun bad mind. God knows me. Me love woman. Me father him. That's why me born. Enough of them a try stop me, me fly past them straight. One of them a wicked, so what them in a rate. You know them one box the little food from me plate, but I got over devil a hell fit them straight. I am blessed. I am blessed. Every day of my life I am blessed. When I wake up in the morning and I lay my head to rest. Every day of my life I am blessed. That bless me up, him watch over me. So when the wicked rise, judgment feed them. For 10 years, me I make it. Someday I had a sit down, but me a tour. Hands up from you, now bow stand. One line make me big up me friend them. Live up your rhythm, it have a prayer. Irish and chin, no worry, everything straight. Sing. I am blessed. I am blessed. Every day of my life I am blessed. When I wake
Agencia.
See me body a fling up for your liking. Back then with the perfect aligning. Before you give me ring, boy, mash up the thing. Boy, see me position for the whining. See me position, see me position, position. See me back then, boy, see me position. Before you give me ring, boy, mash up the thing. Boy, see me position for the whining. Beat it, take me like a cherry turn red. Legal eye me have show me your trade. No one knows on me, see a grind for me. Cause boy, me no care if you walking dead. Back it up. Back it up, rub it up, me not in a note, plugging up. It's a earthquake when me bumper a shake. Sing strong, but the tip of your head start ache. When me rock like snake, you a draw and break. Say it hot, but me heart cold than a frost flake. 1 round, 2 round, 3 round, 10. You reach, good, come me ready up again. Feel me body a fling up, feel like it. Back then with the perfect aligning. Before you give me ring, boy, mash up the thing, boy. See me position, feel the whining. See me position, see me position, position. See me back then, boy, see me position. Before you give me ring, boy, mash up the thing, boy. See me position, feel the whining. Body clap, clap, sitting fat, fat.
when me touch down, bed I broke down. In a late night, me and a lockdown. She found your off shots, clocks well clean. Touch you road with me team, see a girl up on a corner, cry and a scream. You know, say the boss have to intervene, she say. My man now, give her the time, so of course I know, say, me go give her the wine. Now she say, oh, me is a one of a kind, and that's how she became mine. And see that, can't believe I, can't believe I, take him girl away from me, my God. Can't believe I, him can't believe I, take him girl away from me, my God.
She wanna rich, not a broke one. She a boss too, she get her own money. Slim thicky with a booty, yeah, she knowin' it. That I love that. Got a man know well, I like so what you got to do with us when we lost in the moment? And I'm deep in your ocean. I bet he can't believe that.
Can't believe I,
oh yeah.
Can't believe I, take him girl away from me, my God. Can't believe I, him can't believe I.
They never see a girl with a bad song yet. They never see a girl with a bad song yet. Girl, me never see a girl like you. You want to see a she a ice and wine, ice and wine. Wine up your body for me one more time. Ice and wine, girl. Your skin smooth and your look so refined. Ice and wine, me love how you flow your waistline. You know sour like a lime. You know juky like a pine. Girl, on your bad so, girl, on you can wine so. Like you're there upon a whining mission. Girl, you must come from the Caribbean. Girl, on your shape good so. Hey, girl, on your sexy so. Girl, you're there upon a whining mission. You must come from the Caribbean, baby. She a whining vixen, call her that. Every man want her, she's all that. Reputation good, she's not a harlot. And me like her harlot. When you go on your hand, girl, what you call that? You a flight attendant or pilot. Wind up your body to some Charlie Black songs. Me love it to you, ice and wine, ice and wine. Wind up your body for me one more time. Ice and wine, girl. Your skin smooth and your look so refined. Ice and wine, love how you flow your waistline. You know sour like a lime. Girl, you know juky like a wine. One pack of coke and you're whining.
I had a dream, we were singing, I just flew a Bowery, and I was high enough. Somewhere along the lines, we started seeing eye to eye. You were staying out all night, and I had enough.
Renaissance star, we fill the drum. Through the party, we party till we done, party till we done. Hey, gal, wind up your body non-stop. Me love it when you bubble on top. Your pretty body, girl, fit for the carnival. Every man want that. Wind up your body non-stop. Me love it when you bubble on top. Your pretty body, girl, fit for the carnival. Every man want that. Girl, pose for your selfie, say cheese. Chagarama's boardwalk, sea breeze. When I cross the savannah TVs. With a madman rum like treesies. With a Bajan girl like Riri. In a VIP, can you see me? Champagne for the girl, them tipsy. Carnival is a L-O-V-E. Wind up your body non-stop. We love it when you bubble on top. Your pretty body, girl, fit for the carnival. Every man want that. Wind up your body non-stop. We love it when you bubble on top. Your pretty body, girl, fit for the carnival. Every man want that. Sígueme y te sigo, mami, para que nos vamos. Bebiendo nos olvidamos del mal de amor que nos alcanza. Te sigo, mami, que para la rumba es que nos vamos. Y bailando no te quitamos del mal de amor que nos han causado. Bailando no te quitamos del amor que nos han causado. Le hicieron a ti.
Okay, thank you very much, Lion Wendy. We will be starting back in just about 4 minutes. Thank you for that musical interlude. We will be continuing in a bit. So bear with us as we get ready for our next session on talking about gender parity. Okay, just about a minute before 2, it's starting time. I want to take this opportunity now, before I forget, to talk about a group of people who have been the backbone of these workshops, without whom I think we would not have been where we are today. And that is the IT support team led by Lion Wendy, Lion Carla, and we had coming on yesterday for support also Lion Davy. I mean, if you know the kind of work that goes on behind the scenes to make sure these sessions are running and running smoothly, you will understand exactly what I mean. So a huge thank you to the team, Wendy and her team, for ensuring that we continue to make these workshops a success. So again, thank you. I want to make sure I said that before we move any further. Okay, so our next session and our final session in the MD60 workshop series for this convention tries to look at the topic of gender parity. And again, I want to say that, and a couple of people called me a while ago, that the workshop sessions and topics were not pulled out of a hat. We actually went out to Lions and asked them what they wanted to hear, what they wanted to see, what they wanted to discuss. And as a result of that, these were some of the topics that had priority rankings, and those were what we chose. So as we wind up the session, our final session, we'll talk about gender parity. How can we benefit from a district that has gender parity? And do we think our male lions are being marginalized in any way? And to lead off this discussion, we have as our moderator, past International Director Lion Nicolin Moore, and 2 lively presenters. I must say, I had the opportunity to chat with them a couple weeks ago. Lion Andy Charles, the past region chairman from District 60A, and past council chairman, Lion Eldridge Stevens. So Lion Nicolin, let me turn the mic over to you so you can start your session.
Thank you very much, Lion Jared. This is indeed a pleasure. I'm really happy to work with these 2 esteemed gentlemen, esteemed lions today on the topic of gender parity. I will set a context to begin. Then we will hear the experiences of the 2 panelists. That will be followed by some questions. You can put your questions on the chat. We will then come back to summarizing some of the benefits of gender parity, and that will be the end of our session. So let me begin with the context. As we know, Lionism started in 1917. It took the Lions 70 years to allow females to become lions. Because until 1987, to be a lion, you had to be of the male gender. So in 1987, women were allowed to become lions. And some people use the trite phrase, the rest is history, because from then, women advanced in lionism. And in 2018, when we were celebrating 101 years, we elected the first female as international president, past international president Gudrun. One of her initiatives was called New Voices. And for a number of persons, that meant new voices, bringing women into the organization. Because in many areas of the world, women were in the minority in physical numbers, and they were in the minority with respect to recognition for their contributions. So that gave rise to the New Voices initiative. But curiously, even though that was rampant, let's say, particularly in the Eastern Hemisphere, in the West, that was not necessarily so. And in Multiple District 60, that has not been the experience since 1987. If we look at Multiple District 60 over the last 15 years, the persons who served as district governors and the persons who served as district governors, that would be 30 persons, 15 of them were females. So we had real gender parity where the leadership was concerned. However, if we look at the club level and at the numbers of lions in general, we will find in Multiple District 60 that we now have 57% female lions and 43% male lions. And when we go to sessions, workshops, meetings, and so very often when we ask the men, when we look at the distribution, we find that there are fewer men than women. And this has led people to wonder if men are becoming an endangered species. Are they being marginalized? And today's session is an attempt to discuss some of the issues that are relevant to this topic of gender parity. I'm so pleased to have today Andy, who is actually Andy Charles, he was one of my zone chairs. When I was district governor, he has also served as region chair and as a member of the GATT team. Andy will give his experiences and he will be followed by past council chair Elridge. I believe they have decided who's going first. I did not want to make that decision. Gentlemen.
Lionel Rich, I'll give you the pleasure of going first. Enough respect to you, sir.
Lionel Rich, you need to unmute.
Thank you so very much. I will bow to the request, Lion Andy. I thought you would have done the honorable thing of going first, since you were A and I am B. But be that as it may, I will gladly start the ball rolling. Lion Gerard, who's the chair of this activity, Lion Gerard, the Melvin Jones Fellow, past district governor, Lion Denise Forrest, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, council chair, Lion Nicolin Moore, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, past international director, Lion district governors, Denise and Maureen, other distinguished Lions in the virtual audience. A pleasant good afternoon to you. First, let me thank the Council of Governors and its membership and its leadership committee. And of course, especially Lion Denise Forrest, the Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, who is the council chairman of the Council of Governors, who invited me to be a part of this and to make a contribution to the conversation here this afternoon. It is a discourse we should have had many moons ago in the face of some notable behavioral changes among the people in the composition, or the Lions in the composition of the various clubs in our multiple district. When the subject of this discourse was initially broached with me, the title that struck me in the face was Male Marginalization. Male Marginalization. But down the road, when it was reintroduced, a glossy handle of gender parity, softer words, surfaced. Of course, that made the subject a little more malleable. But for me, it is half dozen of one and 6 of the other. Let me pose it here and now that I have no intention of allowing myself as a man in this organization to be marginalized. And I pray I can be an example for any other male who think that they are likely to be marginalized. I am here because I think we are all in service of each other and in service of those who are beyond us. We are here because we are in service of the membership of this organization. But notwithstanding, I believe that this conversation has come at an appropriate juncture in the life of our multiple district, a time for deep introspection and an opportunity to ensure that we do all in our power to ameliorate any negative influence or impact that this subject may have brought to bear on our noble organization. I do not profess to be an historian, nor can I fit the shoes of the sociologists that may be among us as it relates to the nuances of the subject matter before us today. I must premise, though, that this subject has been alive in our multiple district, but submerged. You may recall that when the term gender parity was first, when the term gender parity first came into the fore, the intention was primarily to formally facilitate the acceptance of women in the economic, educational, social structures of our society. For too long, the societal construct relegated girls and women to the kitchen, to childbearing, and to nurturing roles. While men were proclaimed the conquerors, the warriors, the protectors, the providers for the family and the community. Today, we use this very phrase in the context of an apparent decline or decrease in number and a decline in the quality of involvement of males, particularly in leadership positions at several levels of the multiple district. Surely, this is quite a reversal from the 1987 that was spoken of earlier on by the past international director, when women were granted full membership rights and recognition in the Lions organization. Such involvement facilitated the expansion of our pool in the decision-making process at all levels. The world during this period experienced a seismic shift in this regard, and our association was not prepared to ignore what over half of the world had come to accept. That was in keeping with the world trend as the voices of gender equality, as the voices of the gender equality movements resonated in all sectors of our society. It must be noted that world population has been constant over several decades with respect to male-female ratio. A cursory glance of world population revealed that women are at 50%, while men are at 43% of the population of the world. In our sub-district 60B, the figures show that 56% of our membership are women and 44% are men. And closer to home, St. Lucia, of the 157 lions in this zone 3B, 61% are women and 39 are men. Clearly, there is some degree of consistency in the figures presented, even at the club level. There are more women. We must accept the fact that there are more women than men in voluntary service. We must accept that fact. But even so, I contend that numbers are not what matter most. Numbers don't matter the most. As an organization, we must take time to reflect on the more fundamental purpose of our existence. The reason why we are Lions is basic. That is to serve. Service is at the root of the organization. But you know, that brings to mind a quote I read from former UN General Secretary Kofi Annan when he said, and I quote, "Gender equality is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance." I must repeat that. I think it is worthy of repeat. Gender equality, or we can say parity, is more than a goal in itself. It is a precondition for meeting the challenge of reducing poverty, promoting sustainable development, and building good governance. Therefore, it would not be the case of men or boys believing that it is their God-given right to always be on top. Not at all. It is not our God-given right to always be at the top. Neither it is for women and girls to believe that they must fight to attain that position of being on top at all costs. Such mindset creates the situation that brought division and strife among many people. And our clubs are not exempted from that. Just reflect on a quote from Abigail Adams. Abigail Adams was the wife of the second president of the United States of America and the mother of the sixth president of the United States of America. And I quote, "If particular," and I want to do that one very slowly because it is interesting. "If particular care is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to foment a rebellion and will not hold ourselves bound by any law in which we have no voice or no reputation," unquote. That, to my mind, is revolutionary in outlook. I pray that the day does not come when our male Lions in this multiple district will entertain this revolutionary feeling and such like utterances. The charity we in Lionism have been called upon to dispense has no gender, it has no class, it has no color. Charity or love is the very essence of humanity and humanitarian service. But since we, male and female, have been defined by some established social construct, it forces us to fall afoul of the rudiment of the "we serve" imperative. Our association is at a stage especially in the multiple district, where the barriers born out of culture, belief, or tradition have for the most part been shared or dismantled. Although I believe there remain a little bit of residue of that kind of attitude. Therefore, I encourage us not to bind ourselves to that which seeks to divide us or spoil such a good thing as Lionism. Let me take this opportunity to share the story of two clubs in our sub-district that have been near and dear to me. In both these cases, the clubs had Lionesses clubs attached to them. When the advent of the acceptance of women into the Lions movement became evident, Club number 1 welcomed the Lionesses into its fold at Lions. These women brought along their nurturing instincts, garnished with mother's tough love disposition, their innate feeling of empathy and understanding with some toughness and no-nonsense attitude. They incorporated their projects, the organizational skills, and the management skills into the space of their male counterparts, all of which at first view appeared smooth until reality of an apparent loss of power by the men, loss of influence and loss of space struck home. The male numbers began to decline, while the intake of new female members was on the rise. In case number 2, we saw the Lioness Club choosing to form a second all-female Lions Club in the same geographical area. One wonders if the reasoning behind this was for adding to the number of clubs in the zone or the district by extension, or was there some other underlying ulterior purpose? I will leave this to conjecture. The competition that followed for the limited resources began to prove difficult, and the struggle for survival weighed heavily on both clubs. The advice of the district governor of the day of merging clubs in the same area that battled for quality members and resources came in for consideration. That process was met with a mixture of cautious optimism and hopeful anticipation on one hand, and yet it was overshadowed by a degree of apprehension and skepticism on the other. As in case number 1, the feeling of loss of power and control and freedom and space had undoubtedly surfaced in case number 2. The collaboration during the existence of the Lions Club did not return in full, and cracks began to appear in the club's relationship. Were the male lions then intimidated by the strength of the domineering spirit of the women? Was there a sense that we, the men, will do nothing to offend the women we so love and appreciate, and therefore will sink ourselves into the background, but continue to give our efforts wherever they were needed? Is it that they do not contend, or they could not contend with the clique mentality or the perceived clannish mentality of women? Something did not gel well. In the final analysis, the club of over 30 men was reduced to a paltry figure of 2 or 3 males over time. The struggle continues even today, and so our organization must find common ground, a working solution, men and women working together in the pursuit of our noble goals. You know, someone once said that it is time we should see gender as a spectrum. It is time we should see gender as a spectrum. That band of color seen in a rainbow, though separate, produce a spectacular blend as they come together. We all marvel at such a phenomenon. They are not opposing forces, even when they are different. And so should it be with the Lions of Multiple District 60. Blended and woven into a tapestry of awesome dimension and beauty in the field of voluntarism, even in the face of our natural and human differences. The past international director alluded to the question of new voices. The advent of new voices, of the new voices nomenclature in our association, I am assured, was not meant to give flight to a feminist movement. No, not at all. It was created to engender greater opportunities and encouragement for more than 50% of our membership to aspire to the highest levels in our organization. This is no reason for the male population in the multiple district to throw their hands in the air and give up. No, I ain't giving up. We should not feel that we are being marginalized. This is no reason whatsoever either for the women in Lionism in the multiple district to think that they can ride roughshod over the male counterparts because of their numbers. We are partners. We are partners in this voluntary venture. We must make a greater effort to embrace each other's strength and work towards reversing any apparent weakness that there may be. We are all in this together, and it is in this, our diversity, that we find our strength of character without being obnoxious. Let us find strength in our diverse capabilities without being arrogant. Let us find strength of love without being overbearing. Let us share the strength of our inner peace without being impatient and intolerant. And let us find strength in our charity without being uncharitable one towards another. Finally, our code of ethics, again, that was raised by past international director Tom Gordon yesterday in one of the workshop sessions. Our code of ethics has no gender bias. It forces and imbues in us trust, faithfulness, sympathy, worthiness, honesty, respect, and loyalty, among others. Should this not be the basis or the solid foundation for gender parity to thrive? Any selfish, sexist behavior will just not work. I therefore exhort all of us to reflect on our Lion's purpose or purposes. And here I highlight the sixth stanza, which reads thus: to unite the clubs in a bond of friendship, good fellowship, and mutual understanding. Consequently, I call for that symbiotic relationship, one based on mutualism in our mutual district, in our multiple district, for the furtherance and success of our Lionistic goals. On behalf of all the males in sub-district 60B, I say, we will not be marginalized. I thank you.
Thank you very much, past Council Chairman, saying you will not be marginalized. You have set the tone, and we will now hear from Andy Charles, who has had a rather unique experience as a Lion, but I will let Andy share his story. Andy?
Thank you, Lion Michelin. I must observe your presence as PASH International Director, also Council Chair Lion Denise Forrest, other distinguished Lions and Leos guests, Leos, my fellow Lions. It is indeed an honor for me to join in this fabulous discussion, and I hope that I can follow in the august steps of my fellow presenter panelists, past Council Chair Stephen Eldridge. I think he did an exceptional job and reminded me of a speech that was done by an individual he quoted, past United Nations General Secretary Kofi Annan, to the General Council. I have a slideshow that I would like to share, but before I get into the slideshow, it will deal with statistics, numbers. It will also deal with history, and it will deal with some biases and also some solutions as we look forward to the future. First of all, I recognize some very important sayings that was done by past International Director Tom Gordon yesterday during his workshop. He said all lions are leaders, and that's extremely significant. But he also went on to say that in all that we do, it is good to do the right thing at all times. And that means, therefore, that the decisions we make with regards to how it affects the future of the organization must be in the best interest of the growth, the development, and the securing of the longevity of the organization. The reason why this discussion is extremely important is because we are in a global scenario and we cannot afford to isolate ourselves. We need to be part of what is happening in the paradigm shift that is taking place in the world today. Because if we don't join in, we will be left out. And that means decisions have to be made that is in the best interest of the growth, development of the organization, and the continuation of the organization. Another reason why we should embrace gender parity, it is because we want to remain relevant, not necessarily be competitive, but to remain relevant. And the reason why we must remain relevant is because we must have an organization that is saying to the rest of the world, we understand the changes that are taking place, and we are also willing within ourselves to make the necessary effort, not only to adopt the changes, but to make the necessary changes ourselves to complement the changes that are taking place in the world. This morning, our international president, he said two things that stay with me. He said, we are united in kindness and diversity, and we must embrace our diversity. That means we must embrace the fact that we represent both male and female members in our organization. At the Leo level, both Alpha and Omega, and also at the Lions level. But then he said this. He says, when we are united in our kindness and diversity, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. And I find that very interesting because at the end of the day, if we allow something so mediocre, in my humble opinion, and so insignificant in this modern time, as the separation of gender between male and female to humbug the organization from going forward, we are doing a tremendous disservice to ourselves and for the people who have come into the organization with one thought only and one desire, and that is to be of service to those who are less fortunate and needy in our society and in our communities. And so the international team we serve must be at the helm of our thinking and the decision-making process at all times. My fellow lions, Leos, change is imminent. It is constant. It will come whether we welcome it or not. A fine example is the current pandemic that we are all experiencing globally. It has forced us to change the way we see things, the way we see life, the way we see others, and the way we see ourselves. And we have before us now something that is considered as a new norm. A famous writer once said, and I quote, "The generation that survives, it's not necessarily the generation that is the strongest, but it is the generation that is most prepared to adopt change." And if we want to see the change and the growth in our organization as we desire to, and we should desire to, then it begins with us. And it means that each and every individual member must be able to embrace a fellow lion, whether they be male or female, as the case may be. Some of you would recall James Brown, a famous American entertainer, who sang a song, "It's a Man's World," that was recorded on the 16th of February, 1966. Point to note, James Brown wrote that song accompanied by a woman by the name of Betty Jean Newsom. Isn't that interesting? She lent her lyrics to contribute to a song entitled "It's a Man's World." But what is important and what we must observe is that James Brown himself went on to say, "Even though I say it's a man's world, it means nothing without a woman or a girl in it." Makes a tremendous amount of difference. And the singer went on to further admit he would be nothing without a woman. If I were to be biblical and go back to the beginning of creation, I know that for those who understand the Bible, it would tell us that God made man first, and then he created a helpmate for the man by the name of Eve. But as time has progressed and as civilization has moved along, we have seen the roles of the man and the woman interchange due to the different levels of challenges that we have to face every single day in our lives. So let me give you a little bit of a history. Let me start with the woman first. We have a day that is called International Women's Day. In short, IWD. And this movement grew out of the labor movement and became recognized as an annual event by the United Nations starting in the year 1908, when 15,000 women marched through the New York City demanding shorter working hours, better pay, and the right to vote. My fellow lions, that is still happening in our world today. And so it is celebrated every year since, and we have taken it to believe that the reason why that continuation is happening is because the social, economical, cultural, and political achievements of women have also contributed significantly to the development of our world. But you know something? There's also an International Men's Day. You see, there's an equality and there's a balance across the spectrum of male and female parity. International Men's Day was celebrated or declared first in the year 1992 by Thomas Oster to raise awareness about the issues men face. It was reviewed in 1999, and here this is significant, by Jerome Tiloxing of Trinidad and Tobago. History. And the date that we now celebrate it coincides with Tiloxing's father's birthday. It is the 19th of November of every year ever since. My fellow lions, it is important for us to recognize that we have a responsibility to ensure that the future of our organization remains buoyant and at the front of our priorities when we decide who are going to be the leaders of this august organization. And what that simply means is that when the time comes for us to choose those who are to become members of our clubs or leaders of our clubs, whether it be at the club level, the zone level, the region level, the district level, international level, it cannot be based on our biases. It cannot be based on our fears about whether they are male or female. It must be based on the premise that this individual has the ability, the quality, the skill, the temperament, and above all, the heart, the commitment, the desire, the compassion, the empathy that it takes to serve. That must be the deciding factor, nothing else. So, in wrapping up, I'd like to go through a slideshow that I would share with you. I hope I don't take too long, so can the IT give me the opportunity to share my screen, please? Thank you. Okay, great. As you will see on the first side there, it is the 41st Multiple District 60 Virtual Convention, discussion panel, gender parity workshop panel discussion. And as I said before, I just want to sort of reiterate the importance of looking at the stats for a moment. It says here, gender does matter in Multiple District 60, but that is in a positive light. And the reason for that is that we need to pay attention to the numbers. This information came as a result of a study concluded by LCI and the United Nations. In District 60A, we have 24.32% female, and in District 60B, 32.88% female. District 60A, the number has dropped when it comes to the male participation at 20.93 and 60B 21.87. We should note that these numbers should not indicate to us the ability of the persons to function or to articulate service, but rather the reality of what we face as an organization going forward. You've already heard that the majority of Lions are female at 57.2%. It also says that female influence on club level is much more apparent than on district or multiple district level. And I will share some stats to show you that information shortly. Volunteerism is not gender neutral. Applying a gender lens to volunteering for community resilience is critically important, particularly as globally women volunteer more than men, 57 to 43% respectively. United Nations volunteers 2019. But let us look at something based on the history of our world and our society. In the last 10 or 15 years, we have seen an increase in women as political leaders of their respective countries. Sanna Marin is currently the Prime Minister of Finland. Estonia's Prime Minister is Kaja Kallas. This person here is Angela Merkel, Chancellor of Germany, one of the most respected political figures in the world, extremely skillful and talented, but lives a simple life. And she has achieved and accomplished a lot. We have here our keynote speaker for the opening ceremony, St. Martin Prime Minister Silveria Jacobs. And she has set the course herself in different ways as being an honorary member of that Lions Club in St. Martin. The trailblazer here is Jacinda Ardern of New Zealand, who is one of the leading figures in the world as far as the leaders of countries are concerned, and has set the trail and the standard for running and governing a country in the midst of this global pandemic like we have never seen. New Zealand and Australia are now doing their travel in a bubble. They're having live games in stadiums with audiences coming in and so on, and they have advanced their ability to take care of their people in the pandemic. They are very close to some semblance of normalcy because of the initiatives and the guidance and all the policies that have been put in place by Jacinda Ardern. Our own keynote speaker for Tomorrow God's Will, Mia Mottley of Barbados, and she's a leader in her own right. Fiame Naomi Mataafa is the first woman leader of the nation of Samoa. Recently, after she was elected by her people, they locked her out of parliament, and she had to be sworn in under a tent, but she remains resilient. We'll get to some men in the history of our life and our world shortly. But I just want to share some statistics with us with regards to the district, the multiple district. From 1988 to 2020, we had 13 male council chairs and 6 female council chairs. For the same period, 53 district governors, male, and 12 female. Current cabinet officers, 60B, male 8, female 11. 68, male 7, female 11. It's just about even there. Current club presidents, 60B, male 26, 60A, male 19. 60B, female 33. So it's an increase. 60A, female 38. An even further increase, almost double the amount of male. So that's the reality of what the organization is facing. Now, outstanding leadership qualities has nothing to do with whether someone is male or female. But I want us to know that studies have shown that these leadership qualities, 1 to 5, have been seen to be more excelled in the lives of female executives, political and social leaders around the world rather than men. First one is maintaining a healthy work-life balance, and that has a lot to do with compassion and empathy. Those terms have been used in workshops before. I think up to this morning we heard about it. That seems to be lacking in some of our male counterparts in the organization, but I'm sure it's there somewhere. 2, effectively wearing many hats, multitasking, something that is extremely important and maybe goes back to the fact that women are managers of the home and are supposed to be engaged in many tasks at the same time. But men can equally do the same if they put their minds to it, if we put our minds to it. 3, communicating more constructively, people skills. This is something that is general across the board that both male and female have to work at. We are not born with these things, but we have to develop them over a particular period of time. 4, leading by example, trendsetters. We have both men and we have women leading in the world in many different areas, outstanding CEOs, bank managers, those who are in the political field and the social arena, as the case might be. 5, overcoming the odds, courage and determination. That is shared across the board as well. I want to show you a chart that would strike up the minds of many that I'm sure that are looking on today. This is an era that we would have lived through for many, that some that are looking at this may not even know these individuals, but many I'm sure would understand the reason why these faces are on my presentation today. Dame Nita Barrow, extremely significant contributor to the development of growth in our political and socio-economic environment in the Caribbean coming out of Barbados. Eugenia Charles, a stalwart among women coming out of the tiny island of Dominica. She was tremendous in her leadership ability, leadership quality, and the initiatives that she used to bring about the recognition of the Caribbean on the world stage. Margaret Thatcher, considered as the Iron Lady, you would recall that she stood up to many men in Parliament and told them like it is. Her legacy lives on. Last but not least, Benazir Bhutto, who against the odds of cultural difficulties faced by her by the men or the male species of her country of birth, Pakistan, rose to the ascendancy of leader, but was brutally slain. And even though that was her end, she did leave an indelible mark upon the history of the achievements of women in the world. But we cannot leave the men out because we're looking to balance gender parity. Dr. Martin Luther King, you would remember him as the civil rights leader who stood up against all the segregation that was taking place in continental United States of America, organized several marches, and had several great speeches. You remember the speech, I Have a Dream. Nelson Mandela, standing up against apartheid and being imprisoned for several years for his belief, came back and arose to the prominent position of President of the Republic of South Africa. And the great late Mahatma Gandhi, who took the courage of the people of India right into the Parliament of the nation of England to let them know that they deserve their independence and their freedom. And I will quote a very popular quote from Mahatma Gandhi that gives us the opportunity to understand introspectively how we should see ourselves. He says, and I quote, "It is in the giving of service that one finds their true self." How powerful that is. And that has nothing to do with whether you are male or female. It is simply an unnerving but virtuous reality of a fact of our existence. In giving of service to others, we find our true selves. But what are the biases and what are the barriers? I'm on my way to wrapping up. Tradition, culture, upbringing, customs, beliefs, intimidation. The one that stands out to me is intimidation. And I say that to say this. Before our discussion, a former panelist said that we have a situation where we have the silver foxes, the transitionals, and the millennials. I have a feeling that at times the way that men function, and some women in our organization, that intimidation seems to be the reality of how they decide to make their decisions with regards to their membership and who they should vote for key positions in the organization. Let me share with you two experiences that I had personally. I know of this particular club, I will not call the club name, where men would say openly, if a woman is elected as president of this club, I gone. I ride out. I'm not going to sit under the presidency of a woman. How archaic and myopic are those views? It makes you wonder what kind of leadership role could this individual play across the board? And secondly, what was the basis upon which his membership became a reality? The second experience I had is when I attended a cabinet meeting and a particular female district governor had to literally stand up like a man and defend a position because the older heads, the men, thought that all the decisions she was making were too new to be introduced. They wanted things to remain just the way they were. You see, the thing about it is that I felt that they were intimidated because the very ideas that came up that she brought to the fore, she brought to the meeting, were new and refreshing. And so we have to understand that we must have an all-inclusive kind of mentality when it comes to the level of leadership and membership that we're looking for the organization going in the future. It cannot be based just on gender. I must intimate that the New Voices program has made a difference. We must thank past international president Gudrun Ingadatta for her initiative, and also our current international president Jong Yul Choi for continuing the initiative of the New Voices. And so we also have to look forward to Dr. Patty Hill, international third vice president out of Constitutional Area 2 Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, who at some time in the future we look forward to having her as our international president. In closing, I say thank you so much for the opportunity. We serve. We need to remember these words: united in kindness and diversity, service without boundaries, MD60 building bridges of collaboration through diversity. And this, if this is our team, if this is our message that we are going forward with, we must not only say it, we must live it. We must not just talk the talk, we must walk the talk. I thank you, and I now hand you over to our moderator.
Thank you. Well, we heard two powerful presentations from our panelists, both of them on target, but on different aspects of the topic. I now open the floor for questions from anyone.
Okay, you have a hand raised, Lion Nicolin from Lion
Who's
Gloria.
this?
You have a hand raised. Yeah.
Lion Gloria?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lion Gloria. Is that Gloria Kingston or Gloria Rawlingson?
Rawlinson.
Hi, Lion Gloria.
Are you hearing me?
No, we aren't.
Oh my, you aren't hearing me?
Well, we're hearing you now.
Oh, thank you. All right. So I am Lion Gloria. Thank you for entertaining my hand. Much appreciated. I don't have a question per se. I have a perspective and I would just like to share it if you would give me the opportunity.
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Now, first of all, there's so much. I thought it was such an interesting presentation by both panelists. But I just want to make a few points, which will probably provoke some more thought. Number one, Melvin Jones did not contemplate the Lions Club as an organization with female membership. I am sure he considered it as a nice place for executive insurance, successful insurance men to meet. And then it gradually developed into the service organization that we know it to be now. But that was consistent with the society's view of how men operated in those days. And I'm saying society's views because that was not a perspective that was unique to Lions clubs. It was a widely accepted view that women should stay home, do what they're supposed to do, nurture the family, and their contribution was not really counted. And that extended to the Lions fraternity, where women were allowed to be a service activity of the Lions Club. And many Lions were able to deliver service only because they had at their entire disposal a group of women that we call lionesses. More than that, many men depended on their spouses and families, children, whatever, to assist them and to do all the legwork in delivering their very worthwhile service projects. And I would say, you know, we quote a lot of statistics today about men and women and the distribution between men and women in the Lions fraternity. But I would be very interested. I'm a former researcher myself in my career. I spent my entire career as a researcher playing with numbers. I would want to see what impact adding the numbers of lionesses who were in service, what effect that would have on the gender distribution of Lions clubs prior to the 1987, when we formally accepted women. The other thing is, I was a part-time student of gender studies for a while in my younger years. And one of the things that I recall is that it is a fact, especially in Caribbean society, that men move away from organizations that have too many women. And what we saw in the Lions Club, it is not any different from what happens in the wider society. They are less prepared to tolerate gender diversity, and they simply find somewhere else to go, right? The issue of gender parity, the Lions Club, I am of the view that it will not really be, it is not really a front burner issue that we should spend too much time on. I believe it is a subset. To me, I would relegate it to a subset of club retention strategies. How do we allow and encourage more members to remain in clubs? And of course, while we consider that, we will have to pay attention to the fact that we don't want the men to run away, because it is a natural tendency in the Caribbean, and I will stress that, for men to run away when too many women encroach on the scene. I am therefore saying that we in our region, gender parity is not a front burner issue. It is an issue. I don't think it is a front burner issue. I would say we have a lot of issues, other issues to focus on, including the expansion of the LEO program and so on. And I would say, let us just go with the flow. In other words, as the society becomes more and more attuned, or they tend to be less patriarchal is a hard word for me, in their attitude towards women, we will see that reflected in the Lions Club, because where we get our members and where we get our value system is largely influenced by the values of the wider society. So that is some of my thinking, and thanks for the opportunity to share. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Lion Gloria. I note your points, and I do believe that this really is part of retention. However, as Lion Jared had indicated, we took our topics from the survey that we had sent out to the members. And since this was one of the areas, we thought that we would devote one of the sessions to the issue of gender parity. I'm very pleased to say, though, that I think our two panelists were very firm in their comments about men and how the two genders can work together for the advancement of the association. But you know, I wanted to share two little bits of history. At the very beginning, women were allowed. But it was after a while that, you know, when they were coming in with their firm structures and the constitution and so on, that they decided that they would not have any women. Now, Lions like to boast that in 1987, they gave the nod to women. I don't know how many of you remember, well, some of you are too young, remember that in 1986, the issue of having women as Lions was actually on the ballot for voting by delegates at the 1986 International Convention. However, it did not receive the required majority. So there was talk that maybe they would bring it back the next year or 2 years later. However, there was a very interesting development. With Rotary International also had no women allowed. And there was a club in California that decided that they would test the system. So they inducted women into their club. Of course, there was a big hurrah, and they were expelled from the Rotary International Association. But you know how the US population loves to sue. So this went right up to the Supreme Court. And the decision was that it was wrong to keep women out. And so this club would have to be reinstated. And while this discussion was going on, the astute Lions realized that they would be in a similar position. So they ran ahead of the Rotary International and got it passed by the Lions. So there was an attempt in 1986. It was not received. It didn't receive the required majority. And in 1987, it was. So in a way, we do have to thank Rotary and their persistence for what happened with the Lions. I see PCC Nadine has her hand raised. Nadine.
Good afternoon, Nicole and other members of the panel. I just want to offer a few comments on the issue of gender parity with respect to, I would say, multiple District 60. I wanted to add the dimension of age. Now, we noted the statistics with respect to the number of females and males at the level of past district governors and past council chairs. Now, what I want to say is that while there are a number of women who have participated in those positions, by and large, they would have had to do so when they're a little older in life, when their families would have been mature. And I'm saying, I don't think that those positions necessarily, while they're available to everyone, it is more difficult for younger women, let's say late 30s, early 40s, to take those positions unless they do not have a family. And I think that is something that, if you look at a number of the men who took the positions over a period of time, the family would not have been a consideration for them. It didn't matter if they had a family or not. See, a woman with a young baby cannot take the position of district governor or vice district governor, whereas a man with a young baby can do so. Additionally, I think there is a fear sometimes by the younger woman to take those positions, because I'll give one of my experiences. When I indicated that I was going to the position of vice district governor, a senior Lion told me that he would have preferred a male. And I asked what reason that would be. And he said he had no reason, he had enough of women and he would prefer a male. Then I asked him, I said, do you think that I can do the job? He said, yes, you can, but he would prefer a male. And I think also there were a number of questions surrounding my age when I was elected as vice governor. And I don't think the men who are around my age would have had the same types of questions. Their age would have been an issue to the rest of the membership. So I think those are things that need to be considered. And there was one Lion who told me from a club, he said, I think you can do the job. But he said, these men are not nice. Why are you putting yourself there? That's what was said to me. So I think we have to be mindful of those things, being respectful of persons, and also understanding if we want women and men to equally have access to all the positions, we have to look at the requirements of the positions, are some of the requirements necessary. So for instance, as a governor, I mean, in COVID now, you would have to go to visit all of these clubs. And many times you have to drive to these meetings. So you have to ensure that you are secure as a female. So many of the female governors usually get a male who will be able to take them around to ensure their safety. And these are things that when we discuss in gender and access to positions and so that we need to consider. So these are just some of my thoughts that I'm sharing with the panel.
Thank you, Lion Nadine. Really well put together comments. And I noted that in the chat, someone observed that what you described to us a while ago was the kind of intimidation to which Lion Andy referred, that people had no real reason for saying that they preferred a man without any, and he had no fear about saying that to you, that he just preferred a man. So we do see that we have to make some adjustments if we want to get the best of both worlds. Lions, I am looking at the time and I know that we are just over 3 o'clock. But is there any burning question that anyone has? I have a kind of
I just want to say something, if you would allow me.
Sure.
It was a very interesting comment that Lion Gloria made about men who are constantly intimidated. The reality is that it does exist in organization, as evidenced by Lion Nadine. Let me just say this personally. I support any woman in the organization who rises to the occasion and shows that they have the ability to lead. I don't care about age, gender, as the case might be. But let me say this further. With regards to the men who are willing to run away because of intimidation or whatever insecurity they may have, my message to them is simply this: be real men, stand up, show some testicular fortitude, and say to the women, we are going to support you because that is the role that we are supposed to play in the development and growth of the organization. What is the objectivity? Is it about your biasness? Is it about your intimidation level? Or is it about the future of the organization? Where do you want to place your priority on? And if you think that the intimidation is something that you have to deal with, then work on it by yourself. Don't bring it into the organization. In addition to that, use it as a catalyst to improve yourself to compete for positions of leadership that are available in the organization. Other than that, just get out of the way and let people who are able to do what they can do go forward. You got to tell it like it is sometimes.
Sometimes you have to. Thank you. Can I also make some comments?
Certainly.
I note Lion Gloria raised some very interesting points. So did Lion Nadine. And of course, my counterpart here, Lion Andy, touched on the question of intimidation. But over and above that is this egoistic nature of man sometimes. They think they're larger than life. We think we are larger than them, not they, but we think we are larger than life, and nobody should surpass what we have conquered. And it becomes a damning situation. But you know, men and women go into voluntarism for absolutely different reasons. Absolutely different reasons. In the case of men, it's a question of power. It's a question of being able to sell my business, my club, my company, the company I work for. It's a question of showing that I can go and represent, because I have a degree of confidence that I can overpower the difficulties at various levels. And the club sometimes give them that platform to engender that kind of thinking. I think Nadine made a very good point with respect to age. And while the ladies are focusing on possibly home and education, particularly now, education, you find women are focusing on bettering themselves as individuals, while the men are looking for earning, the earning power. What can I do to get the best jobs? And so in the process, the women are gaining upon us and becoming more all-rounded in terms of an educational individual. And when they come to the fore, we find because we have worked hard in a particular situation, those individuals cannot come in and take over from us. So all of these little things we as human beings must make sure we can do. Nadine alluded to the question of the female governors having to be driven by male lions when they do their visits. I think it's a question of protecting. Some of us want to protect. We think we still have that power, that ownership of protection under our wings. And when the ladies are around, we try to do that. Of course, there are instances where we carry it beyond the bounds, and that needs to be looked at quite seriously, and that can spoil relationships in an organization. I think the other point that we have not touched on at all, and it's a very sensitive point, women. They are their own worst enemies. Women, I repeat, they are their own worst enemies. They make it more difficult for another woman to climb because I was there before her. Oh, she's been there long, it's time for her to disappear. These are the sort of things we see happening in the organization, whether we like it or not, it is there. And it's all of these things I say we must be able to come together to do. Women find extra motivation being a volunteer. They find an opportunity to make new friends, to break away from the home, that mundane thing of always being at home, taking care of home. So all of these opportunities are good for the ladies. So when they come in, they make the best of it. We as men must be able to find common ground and embrace them a lot more. She spoke about the patriarchal family, the patriarchal nature of things. That is what our society has boiled down to. Where the ladies were in charge, when the men were out there working or in war, the ladies run the home. They saw the children to school. They saw the education going on well. They worked sometimes 2-3 jobs to maintain the family. So these sort of things will happen, and it's for us men to learn more. And was it, I think it was Lion Glory who said, we need to sideline that? I'm saying no. I think we need to find a channel where we can educate our men a little more, our men and women a little more in that respect. I'll stop at this point.
Thank you, Lion Elridge. And as you talked about education, I noted a suggestion from one on the chat for personality and sensitivity training. I've certainly passed this on to the leadership development personnel and see how we can work on that. At this stage, Lion Wendy, would you like to share those slides that we have prepared? Because we are coming to the point where I would like us to, while we remember that each club is autonomous and will make decisions about, you know, whom they would induct into their clubs, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that if you are aware of the benefits of gender parity, you will be, you know, you will be giving yourself unlimited access to potential. So could we just have those slides now, Wendy? Or the first one, the first slide. Okay. All right, so the next. So men and women make different contributions to an organization. You know, women encourage one another. They take turns to speak despite the comments made by PCC Elridge. Women tend to be transformational. They would listen, they would collaborate, they would cooperate. Generally, they have a better understanding of the community needs. They are more risk averse. They prefer smaller investments. They are less likely to be overconfident. Sometimes their available time slots are limited because they have so many other issues with which to deal. Next slide. Men are what we call transactional. They listen less. They think they have all the answers. Sometimes they find out the hard way that they don't. They take longer to deal with the problem that might arise. Women would tend to deal with those problems as soon as they are confronted with them. In many cases, men have more disposable income and they have more access to financial resources. Although if we were to take a poll, we might find that a lot of our women really are earning more than men. But men still tend to have better networking opportunities, and they tend to have different time slots that are available for club involvement. All of this to say that if we put everything together and work with men and women, next slide, Wendy. That we will have increased human and social capital, increased diversity in resource access, multiple sources of information, a wider base of general knowledge, a wider range of skills. And these really lead to two issues: better, increased productivity, and increased quality of the decision-making process. And Lions and Leos, if we have improved decision-making processes in our clubs and increased productivity, we have it made. So these are really the a summary of the benefits of gender parity. You can close the slide now, Wendy. And to say now that I hope that this presentation has made us aware of, well, it's not new issues, but it's really for us to take time to understand these issues, to show how sometimes, because we are not aware of some of the nuances of these issues, we are not getting the best that we can for our clubs. And after all, that is what we want. So whether gender parity occupies a big slice of what you do or a small slice, what we're saying to you today is we hope that we have raised your awareness of how important this is. And I want to thank the two panelists, PCC Elridge and our former GATT representative and region chair, Andy Charles. Both of you were so stellar in your presentations that you left very little for the moderator to do. So thank you very much. And I can hand you over now to Lion Jared.
Okay, thank you very much, Lion Nicklin. Just before we close off, I just saw one Q&A and somebody with their hand up. If it probably disappeared now, but there's one question and answer. I don't know if you can see it, Lion Nicklin.
Which is this from Kathy Nicholas?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Promoting gender equality needs to be part of an organization's mandate. And that's the point I just tried to make there. Not many organizations and clubs have an official statement on their goal for gender equality and their strategy for pursuing mainstreaming. The strategic plans of our clubs that our clubs implement, are they designed to incorporate gender parity and thus be as effective for execution? Lion Kathy, thanks for reminding us that this is an important element of our strategic plans and that clubs should actually have a definition of what they want, a goal, and to be able to make a statement, an official statement that they are in the business of gender equality. So thank you, Kathy, for that comment and question. Was there another one, Lion Gerard?
I am seeing Elaine Robinson with a hand raised.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, just a question. I want some clarity. With respect to those clubs where we still have a high proportion of male membership, did we do an analysis of the age profile of the males? Because I am wondering whether what we are still facing is a relic of the past. Whether we still have a number of persons who were there in the good old days, if you want to call it that way, when men there, if we are just still in that transition mode. So if we were to look at the age analysis, would we find that the majority of them are pretty senior persons in terms of age? And if we were to look at the profile mix for the younger membership, do we see more equity? That's what I want to know, if we did that analysis and we just kind of like transitioning out. So those people who come in don't know what was there in the past. All they know is I'm a member of a club and they're males and females. I think we're probably still trying to make that shift out of, from those persons who knew what it was like in the past. I wonder if that analysis was done. That's my question.
Okay, a very insightful comment from you, Lion Elaine. And I tend to agree with you that this, where we see issues of biases, areas of bias, these areas really are among older lions, and that among younger lions, millennials, the issue of gender definitely is not as critical. It really is not. So as you suggested, we probably are still in that transition stage. but it is enough of an issue for us to make sure that we get that out of the way and press on with getting the best of both genders. Thank you, Elaine.
Okay, you're welcome. And I just want to commend the presenters. Excellent presentations, gents.
Okay, and I see Verena Maharaj with a hand raised. Verena?
Gloria first.
Okay, Gloria.
Yes, Gloria Kingston from District 63.
Thank you, Lion Nicolene. I would like to thank our two panelists, and happily they are two men. As you know, every country has its culture, and I am very proud to be here where you have raised this point of gender parity, because we are living it here in District 63, but we are not pointing it out. My club is going to be we are going to celebrate our 50th anniversary on the 5th of June, and I'm going to be the first woman governor in my club. Our District 63 has never had a region chairperson, never, ever. So I think that when we have a SOAR with information in it, you have to press and let the information come out before you could put a plaster on it. So even though I do agree with some of the things that Lion Gloria said, you must point out the problem to be able to serve it. So I'm very happy to be here with you. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you for your comments, Lion Gloria. For those of you who are wondering why a district governor-elect from a French-speaking country has such a good command of English, she's Guyanese by birth. Thank you so much. We had the pleasure, Lion Nadine and I had the pleasure of her hospitality when we attended the district convention some years ago. Thank you so much, Lion Gloria. I noted that you have been attending all of our workshops, and we will make them available to you at the end. So thanks again for your comments.
Thank you.
Lion Jared?
Yes, I think it's just one more. Verena, if you're still there.
Well, that looks like Lion Bunny. Yes, Lion Bunny. Well, the picture.
Oh.
Your hand is raised. Do you have a comment?
Okay, if there is no comment, we'd close it off there and continue. So thank you very much, Lions Nicolene, Elridge, and Andy for your presentations this afternoon as we closed off the session. I am extremely happy that we were able to air this topic among our Lions and Leos, which presents the perspective of gender parity in our organization. The thing is, for me, is that we all have talents and skills, young and old, male and female. And as Lions and Leos, my question is, are we using those talents to the benefit of our organization, despite male or female, despite young or old? And it's important, I think the question was raised earlier about the younger Lions or Leos, and does this matter to them? And I think what I'm seeing or what I'm sensing is that for the millennials, this thing about gender parity don't really play any big, huge significance, because they're coming in with a perspective that we are in this together, we're all together. There's no separation. And that's what we're seeing. That's what I'm seeing, at least. And I think we need to look at it from that way, in terms of engaging, in terms of communicating, in terms of collaborating, in terms of sharing that kind of information to help our organization to be better. Couple of things before I close off there. The recordings will be available after, in about a week's time. I think Lion Wendy indicated to me that she just wanted to make a couple of edits to take out some things that just to make it tighter for everyone. And I will place the link in the chat for today's sessions. So it's there now, so you can go on and do that. But before we close and before we wrap up, I had asked our council chairperson to come back in to say a few words. And Lion Denise, if you're there, welcome. back.
Thank you so much, Lion Gerald. Leo's my fellow Lions, what a fantastic 2 days of presentations. I think you would agree with me that we have been blessed with excellence, that our presenters have spent time and thought and reflection in presenting on critical topics: leadership, membership, service, the Leo program, and on gender parity, all of which are important to us in one way and to varying degrees, but are certainly important topics for us to reflect at as a multiple district and to reflect at and action for what we've learned at the club level. So I think I want to, on behalf of the Council of Governors and on behalf of the Planning Committee, thank our presenters for some excellent, excellent presentations. But I also want to thank you because I've been looking at the numbers of participants. We had, I think, 220 yesterday. I think we've gone up to about 185. I could be wrong. You have stayed the course. And I think that perhaps a testimony of the quality of the presentation. But not only, you didn't just sit there, your participation, your interest has been active. We've had the cut and thrust of discussion, and it's made this vibrant and meaningful. Remember I said earlier in my opening address that although we'll be face-to-face, we will be connected. And part of that connection and that connectivity has been your willingness to share your thoughts as our presenter has shared there. So I think we've had a rich learning opportunity, a rich opportunity for interaction over the last 2 days. And I thank you for your participation. I join with the Lion Gerald in thanking our IT team. You're the best. Thank you for your commitment and dedication. I know we've been working you hard. I know it's been a year where IT has been stretched to the limits, but you have shown what it means to be lions, and your work has been excellent. So, in a way, it's sad. All good things must come to an end, right? So we're coming to the end of 2 days, wonderful days of workshops. And as has been said, these workshops should be shared with you, and I hope that you will be able not only to tap into them, but introduce where relevant in your particular space, the learning that you would have taken from these 2 days. So thank you very much. I want to thank Lion Gerald for an excellent moderation of these past 2 days. You've kept us focused and you really steered the ship, and we thank you, Lion Gerald. And I would also just wish to say to you that, remember, we have 1 more day to go. So we look forward to seeing you at the multiple convention meeting tomorrow, when we will have as our guest the Honorable Mayor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I have certainly enjoyed the presentations myself. I've enjoyed listening to you. And I feel that in a way we have, in a sense, through the survey and through thoughtful planning, responded to your voice when you spoke to us and said, these are the kinds of things that we want to hear in training. So thank you once again, Lion Gerald. Thank you for the opportunity for making these few remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lion Council Chair Denise. And as we close, again, just a reminder, I think we start at 2 p.m. tomorrow, Lion Wendy. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Yes, 2 p.m. and quite an interesting day, a session tomorrow. So I encourage you to make sure you come back tomorrow. If you missed any of the session, or if you know of anybody who missed the sessions, let them know it will be available, but also remind them to come back tomorrow. where we close our session or multiple district convention with some very interesting discussions and lots of information. So thank you once again. Do have a wonderful evening, rest of the night, and see you all tomorrow, God's willing. Thank you.
But I mean, we were afraid of having him work against it every time.